Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee's public hearing for today open. I'm going to ask my ranking members, do they have any opening remarks? All right, before we get started, just to remind each and everyone, we do have two exits in the case of an emergency on either side of the room to use. And we're going to call our first individual up. Representative Candelora.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Sanchez and Ranking Member Sampson and Weir. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 5389, an act requiring state employees in human service roles to work on site. I'm not going to read my testimony. I figured I would just give a summary here, but there's a couple of drivers that I suggest that we take a look at this issue. The work from home status that was granted onto state employees went through arbitration, did not come through a collective bargaining process where the state could actually sort of weigh in, the legislature, the policy decisions. And so it's difficult for us to get our arms around the impacts of the work from home. What we do hear from constituents is that they have a hard time getting people on the phone in certain agencies, especially in social services. And a lot of our constituents have begun to rely on the legislative branch to sort of help facilitate interaction with the administrative branch. And I think it's driven in part because we don't have buildings in downtown Hartford that are filled with our employees. The impact on the city of Hartford alone, I think, is significant. It certainly does impact the economic engine throughout the city of Hartford. And I think we should be looking at it. But the real driver for me that prompted our caucus to put this bill in are three reports from the Child Advocate over the deaths of 3 children that were under DCF care. In these reports, we have this one agency that could drill down on what is happening when a death occurs. We don't get that level of scrutiny for any agencies throughout the state of Connecticut, except for under these kind of circumstances. In 2 of her reports, one was dated in November, October, one was dated in February 2024. The DCF supervisor is citing the need to assess telework and the impact that it's having on this agency. Specifically in the report from October of 2023, the advocate states that OCA found that the basic agency standard for case assessment, supervisions, and even documentation were not followed in Liam's case. It is essential to understand from a data-driven and staff consumer lens how teleworking at DCF impacts positively and negatively the critical functions of the agency, including engagement with children and families, as well as recruitment and retention of staff, professional development and supervision, and whether DCF can meet its mandates with a largely virtual workforce. Legislative inquiry is warranted. And so that's what I'm asking for today, is that we actually begin this inquiry. Their turnover is at a crisis level in the report from most recently, February 2024. They are finding that between 20 and 30% of DCF staff have left the workforce, and they're having difficulty in getting case workers out into the field. The fact that 3 children have died this year under state care, to me, if that doesn't motivate us to take a look at telework, I don't know what will. But I think we have to assess it because it's gone on unilaterally from the state perspective without any evaluation of whether or not critical jobs are being performed, and who is staying home, who could do their job from home, and who needs to be out in the field. And even for those that have field work, are only required to be out in the field 1 day a week. And I think, especially when we're dealing with human lives, we need to make an assessment and give the commissioners some flexibility to call people back when it's needed. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Minority Leader. Nice to see you up there. Thank you very much for your testimony. I was just kind of poking around the other testimony that was submitted, and there's a lot of testimony from DSS employees in opposition. They say telework is working. I mean, obviously, I've got no way of knowing that.
Right.
And I'm receiving constituent, calls as well. And certainly frustrated with, a lot of state agencies in recent years. I mean, we pay more for our state government than ever. And yet today you need to make an appointment to go to DMV, for example, instead of being able to walk in. I mean, and I think that's a disconnect for a lot of people. And maybe that's why our constituents are concerned as well. Is there a way of knowing? Well, first off, is this limited to, well, let me ask you this. Which state agencies do you think are most affected? Is it DSS, DCF?
Well, obviously, we have this report from the Office of Child Advocate that is specifically citing DCF, and I think they're put under a microscope for obvious reasons. I mean, we have children dying, so that prompts a report. The other agencies, we deal with anecdotes. So, I know I get phone calls, pistol permit renewals are taking over 12 weeks. I don't know why that is happening. DMV, you wait 3 weeks now for an appointment where before you could walk in a single day. That might, an online platform might be okay, but are we as productive as we were 4 years ago? We just don't know. There are no assessments in place whatsoever. And I think at the very least, we should be in a position to start assessing where it's working and where it's not, just like in the private sector. I'm not saying get rid of telework, but I am saying we need to assess where the benefits are and where it is working. In reading through the testimony opposition, the perspective is I'm able to do my job from home and therefore I should be entitled to continue it. But it doesn't analyze it from the global perspective. It's not just one individual doing their job. We need to look at the impact of the entire team in its entirety. And the Office of Child Advocate is suggesting that DCF can't keep their workers because they're leaving because they don't feel connected to a team. And so to have a 30% turnover is alarming when you're dealing with children, the most vulnerable children in our population. So I think it's a crisis situation that we need to look at. And I can't tell you today, other than DCF, what other areas are a problem other than the anecdotal remarks we get from constituents.
No, I completely understand that too. And it's very interesting, the reading the testimony, a lot of it seems disconnected. Most folks are saying that telework is a good thing. We can make it work. And I don't disagree with that, but there's got to be some system in place that actually makes it effective and accountable. And I think that's where we're lacking. The bill language itself, it seems, forgive me for saying this, but it seems kind of weak. It's just, the commissioner of a state agency may require some sort of work on site requirement. Is this what was really envisioned, or are we trying to get somewhere else?
So I think right now this was sort of put in as a stopgap measure. Again, I say when children are dying, there needs to be the ability for a DCF commissioner to say, I need some of these people back at a more frequent level. So, but I think globally, this bill should go further. I think we should be putting forth a task force to assess the benefits and what measures we could put in place to measure the productivity, analyzing, are we processing the same amount of licenses every year or car registrations every year? Is that working? So I do think we need to expand this further and have assessment tools. Because after all, it goes without saying, these are our tax dollars. We are all public servants. Some of us are elected. Some of us are appointed and working for agencies, but ultimately we are serving the public, and we need to make sure that the services we're performing is getting done in a way that's helping everybody and it's efficient for our tax dollars.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that the public deserves accountability. And I do think the bill should go further. So I will certainly be delighted to work with you and anyone else to put that in place. Just a quick one final question about this, which is, how did we get here anyway? I mean, I know this all began during the pandemic with some sort of action from the administration, but don't these different agency commissioners already have the authority to be setting these parameters, or is that coming from somewhere else?
So my understanding is that the parameters were set through the arbitration award. So I think that it's, you know, 1 day in the office, 4 days at home. And I think the commissioners just need to make do and rotate people in and out accordingly. And I think, you know, when you speak to commissioners, they certainly privately express concern over this current structure. I wish they would come forward to have that conversation, and maybe the leadership of the committee could begin to survey some of our agency leadership to see how they think it's working out and what level of control they do have over the functionings of their offices.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mr. Minority Leader, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Good to see you there. Owning a small business, we didn't have really the flexibility at all to work from remotely, even from the very early on. My role and our role was in person. So I share your frustration. I've heard it from many constituents when here we are, 4 years removed from probably the onset of COVID, when everybody was trying to figure out how to balance work and life and everything else. Switching gears here to one of the statements you made in your testimony was the effect on the cities and how having people working from home has affected the economies. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Maybe a little detail?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of office buildings in Hartford that are empty right now. If you just go across the street to some of our agencies, it's quite amazing the amount of millions of dollars we just put into renovating the one building on Capitol Avenue that's virtually empty every time you go there. So people aren't going out to lunch. You know, we all frequent restaurants in this area when we're up in Hartford, and it's a ghost town. The food trucks are gone. They never came back. So this certainly has had an impact, you know, on the city of Hartford. And I think collectively, it is our capital city, and we should be supporting it. And the revenue that could be generated from employees working in the city are obviously now being dispersed and scattered among the suburbs as people are working from home. So, you know, is that a reason to bring them back? Maybe, maybe not, but I think it needs to be part of the conversation, is what is the impact this has had on our capital city, and I think that's just part of the equation. And I did include that in my testimony for that reason.
Any other? Representative Acker.
Thank you. Good to see you there. Appreciate your efforts. And I do agree. I mean, there are areas that I've looked at, constituents contact us. That's the biggest concerns that we have, is constituent calls us and says, I can't get a hold of such and such. Or I had a person that, was trying to register a vehicle. They've cleaned that act up a little bit in DMV, and I give them credit for that. Where he bought a work vehicle, and they said, well, you can register in 3 weeks. And he goes, do you understand this is a work vehicle? It needs to be on the road tomorrow. And so I really need somebody to show up and help me out with that. But what are the concerns? And I like the way you pose this, that the commissioner makes the decision, because there are jobs that can probably do fully remote. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that we should be removing telework from the toolbox, but there has to be an assessment. My understanding, and I haven't been able to confirm it yet, but our materials testing lab in Connecticut are now remote working. This is a lab that's testing our concrete. If in fact we're now down to 1 day a week, that's going to have an impact on construction throughout Connecticut. How do people that need to be testing in a lab, how are they able to work from home for 4 days a week? I don't know. But I think we need to take a look at it and at least assess it.
Right. As Representative Weir mentioned, there's some jobs you just cannot do while sitting at a desk at home. One of the things that shocked me in the beginning of this whole transition was the fact that their phones don't roll over, like roll to their home phone. And so, but they mentioned that but we check our phone often. And to this day and age, as we all know, you want to have somebody at the other end when you need them at the other end.
Yeah, it's a good point. I will say I had a constituent last week whose daughter is in stage 4 cancer and had a surgery the following day. her insurance was inadvertently dropped by DSS. The family was on the phone for 24 hours trying to get a hold of somebody to make sure that her surgery the next day would be covered. Thankfully, they were able to think to reach out to me, and we were able to get a hold of somebody at DCF to restore it. Here's a woman who's fighting for her life and can't get somebody on the phone to alleviate her concerns of whether or not she could have a cancer surgery the next day. And that is the reality that we're facing every single day. The fact that these 3 children died under DCF care, it's one thing not be able to renew your license, but you can't get a life back. And when we say this is hitting crisis level, I think it is. And the testimony that was submitted saying, well, it's arbitrary giving the commissioner the ability to call people back. It's just as arbitrary to say, I only need to go in the office 1 day a week. Why isn't it 2 days? Why isn't it 3 days? And we're not part of that conversation. And I think we as a legislature have a responsibility to make sure as a policy government is running correctly for the people. And so this arbitrary decision of letting people just work from home 1 day a week might not cut it for certain agencies. Maybe it does for, an auditing agency or bookkeeping or HR. But when you're doing field work, I don't know how that 1 day is appropriate. And so I'm just saying we've got to look at this.
I appreciate that and I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Minority Leader, Candelora, for testifying.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we're gonna have Brian Mizik. Go ahead and turn on your mic. There you go.
There we go. Let's try this again. All right. Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and other members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Good morning. My name is Brian Mizik. I'm a Connecticut State Marshal. I'm president of AFSCME Local 2193, which represents the state marshals. I'm here with some of my coworkers today in support of SB 331, an act concerning state marshals' health benefits. I put in written testimony also. This bill would provide certain state marshals with medical insurance benefits in the same manner as other state workers. And it would provide a benefit for the hardworking men and women that you see behind me today that make up the Connecticut State Marshals. But it would also fix sort of what I would call a structural barrier or a hindrance or an inequity within the system. The recent study commissioned by this committee last session studied the issue of state marshals' health care. The results show that there's not only a recruitment issue, but there's also an issue that these jobs are really only open to those who have health care from another source, or those who are forced by necessity to work 2 jobs to get started in their career, thus splitting their focus and attention. Or an even scarier thought is we're asking people to work these sometimes dangerous jobs without insurance. So my testimony this morning is that we don't think this dynamic is working anymore. That's why we're supportive of the bill in front of you, which would help rectify this problem and will also help plan and guide the future of the state marshal system for the years ahead. What we do is an important part of our state's judicial system. We serve the public in every corner, every town, and every city in Connecticut. Some of my coworkers this morning will be testifying about the need for diversity and also the challenges of starting in this career with no insurance and also working in this career as a working mother and the many dangers that are faced in this job. Just to put this all into context, let me highlight the need for recruitment and a coming retirement wave. Currently, of the state marshals we have, 57% are over the age of 60. Only 13 marshals, I'm one of them, are under the age of 40. Most of them are here today. And only 3 of them are under the age of 30. So we got 10 people in their 30s and 3 people in their 20s and 60% over 60. In terms of the makeup of the state marshals, we need more marshals that are reflective of our communities around the state. Of current marshals, the demographics, 94% are white, only 6% are Black, Hispanic, or Asian. 83% are men and 17% are women, just 27 marshals, and many of them are here today. So I would encourage you to advance this bill. We're supportive of the language before you, which would extend health benefits to certain qualifying state marshals who work in these jobs over a required number of hours. SB 331 will cover our marshals who are performing very important work every day for the people of the state of Connecticut. And I thank you for your time, and I'm obviously happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I'll ask the first question. What do you think is the biggest barrier in getting more individuals to become marshals?
Well, we think a major contributing factor is the health insurance. So sometimes it's sort of a misnomer that these jobs are just sort of side jobs. These jobs are full-time jobs. They're consuming. The testimony you'll hear this morning is that most are working more than full-time. We have an obligation to the system. There's certain things that come with the badge. We're sworn officers of the state. We serve all the restraining orders, protective orders in the state. We effectuate all the civil arrests for contempt out of our civil and family courts. We perform all the evictions. All the process in the state comes to us. So there's an obligation and a burden and a responsibility in the job when you're sworn in. So to ask someone to take on that job in their 20s, 30s, or even 40s with no health insurance, I think that's something that holds back people from thinking these as a career. And we need career-minded people in these jobs. There's a coming retirement wave. The marshals behind me this morning, many have worked in these jobs for 20, 25, 30, 35 years, some of these jobs. These are careers. So we need people to take these jobs on as careers in the coming years.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Brian, for being here.
Thank you.
I appreciate your testimony very much, and certainly the hard work that you and your fellow marshals do. And this bill's come before us other times in the past, and I think the thing that's always prevented it from going forward is really the determination about the amount of work. So I'm good, happy to see that this bill at least has a threshold in there, and I think it says 20 hours on average minimum for a quarter to be eligible. Is there a reason why that number was chosen?
I think because of our unique status, there was really no other analogy to what we do in terms of work. The only analogy would be the probate judges. So I believe in the same section, this is the same requirements that the probate judges have, quarterly certification. So I believe that's where it came from. And we too want there to be a certain threshold and qualification. We're not asking for health insurance for every single appointee. We're asking for those who are working in this job, regularly. This is their career and are taking care of the work for the system.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, no, and that makes perfect sense. When you were testifying, you mentioned that a lot of folks work actually more than a full-time job.
Right.
And then I saw the 20-hour threshold and I thought that was kind of a disconnect. But if that's the same requirement that the probate court folks have, that would make sense why that was chosen.
Right.
That's the only question I had, but
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
You're
your
welcome.
testimony.
Representative Backer.
Thank you. And thanks for what you folks do for us too, by the way. Back in kind of going back, you can't really control your hours, can you? You don't punch a clock per se. You're kind of on call. Is that correct?
Correct. So sometimes I refer to it as like the fire hydrant. Sometimes the fire hydrants come in, full blast, but there really isn't much of a break. Sometimes there's lulls, but you're still working. There's never been a week I have not worked more than 40 hours. Shortly that month, after the pandemic restrictions started, I think there were a couple weeks, but that's about it. The testimony you'll receive this morning is that everyone's working all the time.
And that's kind of what I was getting at, but just in the opposite, let's say it's a slow quarter type of thing. So you really can't say, I really want to work 40 hours, but judge such and such or attorney such and such hasn't called me. So that was kind of more the opposite. I know you're understaffed now, and I get that. And that's something that we need to work on. Recruitment, as you know, is, benefits is people. Yeah, I enjoy the pay, but I really need the other components to get, to not, because I know what I have a small business and I pay for my employees' insurance. And so for the older folks out there, it's a little bit more expensive, and I can see that and how it can be, detrimental to recruit people into it. So, but yeah, I think we'll listen to more of the conversation, but more of it was, you could do 55, but maybe another time you're like, hey, anybody out there need me? So.
So I would say for those who are going to be qualifying, just in my experience with the system, obviously there's about 160 of us. We know it well. Those who are going to qualify are going to qualify. There might be a few people towards the end of their career or the very beginning of their career that don't meet that threshold, but those who are going to qualify, they're going to continue to qualify week in and week out.
Great. Thank you so much again. And thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Lisa Stevenson.
Good morning, committee. My name is Lisa Stevenson. I serve as a Connecticut State Marshal, and I've done that for 29 years. I'm also an ex officio commissioner on the State Marshal Commission, a position I've held for 23 years. I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 331, an act concerning state marshal health benefits. Last year, the General Assembly directed us to do a study under Special Act 23-6. The State Marshal Commission, along with the advisory board, worked together to gather that information, and that information was transmitted to you in December of 2023. The information gathered confirmed what I already knew. We are not racially balanced. We are not a mirror of our society. My goal when I took the position of ex officio commissioner, along with my participation in the advisory board, was to change the dynamics of the new system as a result of Public Act 0099. When the new system was in place, I was hopeful that the dynamic of our demographics would change. The goal was to see more women, see more color, bilingual, younger. We needed to become more racially balanced. When the first exam was given, we had 1,000 applicants. This last exam, we had 144 applicants. We are losing qualified candidates because we do not offer affordable insurance. The constitutional change of Public Act 99 was to allow a broader spectrum of qualified people to hold the position of state marshal. The goal was to racially balance an unbalanced system. This opportunity to be a state marshal was closed to most minorities prior to this Public Act. We are asking people to do a very dangerous job without health insurance. We lost several qualified people. No doubt about it, they would have been dynamic in this job, but without affordable health insurance, they chose not to stick with us. I worked diligently to help women, minorities follow my path, only to be met with disappointment. Our demographics between 1999 and now have not changed. Actually, it's worse, and the healthcare study that we did proved that. The demographics are never going to change if we don't have affordable access to healthcare. I hope this committee will support Senate Bill 331.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Next up, Madison Beggs.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Madison Beggs, and I'm a New Haven County State Marshal. I'm here today to speak in support of Bill 331, an act concerning state marshals' health benefits. I was one of the 21 individuals who were appointed as state marshals in October of 2022. During my appointment process, I learned firsthand how difficult it really is to become a state marshal. It was a challenging 11-month process that cost me both time and money without the promise of any benefits. As a 28-year-old husband and father of 4 children, this was very costly and nearly impossible to achieve. And over the past 18 months, I've also learned the difficulties and dangers of being a state marshal. There have been countless times, where I found myself out late at night with a flashlight, serving restraining orders for domestic violence victims, only to be met with extreme hostility by the person that I was serving. One story in particular comes to mind when I received an order from the Superior Court to remove a man from his home who was allegedly abusing his wife and children. And upon arriving at the house and explaining the order to the man, he immediately began screaming, threatening, and throwing objects at me in order to have me leave his property. Now, according to the state of Connecticut, I was the only person, the state marshal, who was authorized to serve that order on behalf of the domestic violence victim. And yet, at that time, I had no health insurance. So let me be clear, the job of a state marshal is absolutely necessary and good for all the citizens of Connecticut, but it definitely comes at a cost. And as you've already heard from my colleague, I'm one of 3 state marshals under the age of 30. In fact, the vast majority of marshals are over the age of 60 and will most likely be retiring in the near future. We need reliable candidates from every race and gender to fill those spots. But my question is, why would anyone, especially someone with children, consider a job that costs so much to get in and then comes with so many dangers and risk if it doesn't even promise reliable health insurance? And so for the good of the current state marshals and for the future diversity of the marshals that we hope to appoint in the future, I urge the committee to support Bill 331, an act concerning state marshals' health benefits. So thank you so much for your time, for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying. Next, we have Sue Corbett.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Suzanne Corbett. I've been a state marshal in Litchfield County for approximately 23 years. I am here to support SB 331, an act concerning state marshals' health benefits. When I was hired, I was considered an emergency hire in our county. I had 4 young children and thought this position would allow me to have a flexible schedule to care for them. In reality, it did not. The job is a full-time position plus. My youngest children never had the chance to go to such things as softball, basketball, Cub Scouts, Girl Scouts, because being a marshal is a job where you work all the time. Your phone rings, someone needs a restraining order, emergency custody order, or simple divorce served, your whole schedule changes. Being a mom is a big challenge, but being a mom and a state marshal is an even bigger one. There have been many times when being in an all-male field was challenging, but I've worked hard and long to overcome many obstacles. I am here to speak on some of the dangers and obstacles we face as marshals, hoping it will become clear we need to provide health benefits for marshals. There was an instance where I was serving a simple divorce complaint. The defendant was expecting me at the home at around 4 p.m. The property was in New Preston, Connecticut, a place where self-service is extremely sparse. Upon arrival at the home, I pulled into the driveway and backed into a space in order to easily leave. When I went to the front door, I was greeted by the wife who was the plaintiff in this matter. She then told me her husband was up on the 2nd floor with a gun aimed at my car. She said he had every intention of shooting me, but because I was a woman, he decided to wait. SWAT was called to the property and I was held there until dark when they could safely approach the home. Total time on property was 5 hours. Every single day, any of us goes out to do our jobs and we never know what might happen. My testimony to the committee today is to tell you state marshals risk their safety for the state every single day. I've spoken with many people, in particular women, who inquire as to how to become a state marshal. What most don't know is that we don't receive health benefits despite being sworn officials. Health benefits seem to be the biggest obstacle when it comes to hiring. Many have children and feel this position would be great with a non-traditional schedule, but not being able to provide health benefits is their drawback. I'm extremely fortunate to have benefits through my husband's employer. But if I did not have that benefit, if I did not have the benefit, this position would not be out of reach for me. This bill will open this job to more people. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying. Next up is Arthur Quinn.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Arthur Quinn, and I'm a state marshal. I'm the chairman of the State Marshals Advisory Board, and I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 331, an act concerning state marshals' health benefits. I've also submitted written testimony. Marshals encounter dangerous people and situations daily, and these risks are increasing. We are mandated to appear in court and immediately serve orders of protection and civil protection orders. These have the potential for physical harm to be inflicted upon the serving officer by unhappy and disgruntled parties. Many of the orders of protection require us to serve and inform individuals that they must immediately leave their home under a judge's order. This information is rarely received well from the party to be removed, which places at risk for physical harm. The same applies for the evictions we conduct. They too are quickly becoming more and more dangerous. On a personal note, on October 6, 2009, when I was executing a capias warrant for the courts, I was shot twice. While attempting to take the subject into custody, the subject proceeded to open the front door and immediately opened fire upon myself and my partner. While my partner escaped physically unharmed, I was not that lucky. I was shot in both my right arm and left foot, and to this day, now over 14 years later, I still have ongoing medical issues as a direct result of this incident. I suffer with numbness and daily foot and hand pain, even after several surgeries. These medical bills almost bankrupted my family, as I could not work for over 6 months. Most people are shocked to hear that I was performing a dangerous and risky job in state government without state health benefits. At the time of this incident, I had extremely high deductibles and substantial medical bills. My fellow marshals had to organize a fundraiser to help offset the cost of paying these medical bills because the system was not designed to take care of its state marshals. The bill before you is needed badly to fix this inequity. Our recruitment efforts are suffering, as several of my coworkers have already testified. We have steadily seen the number of applicants dwindle from 1,000 plus 10 years ago to only 144 in our last recruitment in 2021. The job of state marshal is not a career people can reasonably take on without health benefits. In the most recent 2022 class of state marshals, there were 21 marshals appointed and only 3 were women. We had 1 female applicant who informed several of us that she withdrew because she was a single mother and could not take on the demanding job of state marshal without health insurance. Of the 21 state marshals appointed, none were people of color. We've got to do better. I firmly believe that the lack of health care to the state marshals is impacting our diversity and overall recruitment. No state marshal should have to go through what I did back in 2009, and I urge the committee to make this overdue change regarding health care for the future of the state marshal system. Thank you for your time and ask for your support of Senate Bill 331. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask you, I could have asked the last couple of folks who had just been thinking about this issue while I'm listening to the testimony. Where are you getting your health insurance now?
Private pay.
Yeah. I know that, is it possible for marshals to buy into the state health plan
is.
currently? So that's existing law. Okay.
It is,
because I saw that in the bill.
at full cost.
Yeah. But it's obviously
Yes.
extremely expensive. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Acker.
Thank you. And Senator Sampson had me think of that question. So when you can get private insurance, but you can also buy into the state, is the private much cheaper?
It depends on your age. As you know, with the private pay, sometimes it's a step escalation with the age of the participant. So it's a toss up. I really can't answer a direct answer on that question because it depends on the age of the person that was applying.
That's fair. I
Yeah.
just was curious as, how does the state option?
It's extremely
correlate?
costly either way, very costly.
I know I just got my new health plan from my company delivered to me this week and shook for a little bit and
Yeah.
so completely understand. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Again, thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Next, we have Betty Marfono.
Good morning, members of the committee. I am Betty Marafino, a resident of West Hartford, and I am here today to testify on HJ 215, a resolution memorializing the repeal of the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset. I am president of the Connecticut Alliance for Retired Americans and the chair of the National Repeal WEP GPO Task Force. And I am here today with other members of the committee to talk about this resolution. When we began this effort 3 years ago, we thought that teachers were the only ones mistreated by flawed provisions in the Social Security Administration. As we continued our work, our task force grew, and it now includes firefighters, police, foreign pensioners, postal workers, and some federal employees who are also affected by this unjust provision. In fact, this week in Washington, D.C., the firefighters and the police are having a meeting there and are having a rally. This has been a problem for over 40 years and needs to be fixed. We are going to fix this travesty. Those were words spoken by Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith of Missouri and Representative Clay Higgins at a hearing that was held by the Social Security Subcommittee of Ways and Means last November. Today, HR 82, which calls for the full repeal of the windfall elimination provision and government offset provision, has 309 co-sponsors and is a bipartisan bill. There is also a companion bill in the Senate, Senate Bill 597. We need these bills to be brought for a vote in Congress this legislative session. We, as with other states in our task force, are going before state assemblies calling for our state to endorse the repeal of the windfall elimination provision and send a message to Congress and to the White House to repeal this unjust legislation now. Thank you for your time, and my colleagues in the room will fill you in on some of their own specific stories. So I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for testifying. Next up, we have Mary Ella.
Good morning. Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and other members of the committee. My legal name is Mary Moninger, also known as Mary Aaliyah. I live at 1 Templeton Street in West Haven, Connecticut, and I want to thank you for raising this very important issue of unfairness of the WEP and the GPO penalties on certain public employees. And I'm thankful that I'm able to speak in support of HJ 215, which is the resolution which would support the removal of those penalties. May seem strange that this issue is coming before our state General Assembly, since you cannot actually solve the problem right here at the state level with a vote, but you can. And I think it's important that you do weigh in on this issue in favor of repeal. After decades of trying to get this horrific injustice changed by working only at the national level, I am hoping that the passage of a resolution by state governing bodies and communicating that support will help urge Congress and the president to finally end the denial of earned Social Security benefits, which are needed by senior citizens in Connecticut. This is happening in other state legislatures around the country. Some have already passed. It not only will keep our retired people who are retired teachers and firefighters and police and others who are impacted out of poverty and off of the state services, but it will improve our ability to recruit teachers, especially those considering going into teaching as a second career. If they are going to lose their Social Security benefits, why would they do that? So it actually helps the state economically too, when those seniors can financially support themselves and have more money to spend here in our economy. In my personal case, I worked and I paid into Social Security many years before, after, and while I was teaching for 36 years. When I applied for Social Security in 2009, I learned that I would be losing about $300 because of the WEP, the windfall elimination provision. That's $300 a month since 2009. That's about $50,000. That would have been helpful. I do receive a decent pension for the 36 years that I taught, but that amount has been pretty stagnant. And the loss of my own Social Security and the survivor's benefits that I should be receiving seems unfair and makes me feel pretty vulnerable as I go forward in my life. Now, those survivor benefits. My husband paid into Social Security for more than 40 years. He received his full retirement Social Security benefits and always believed that I would get a portion of that Social Security should he predecease me. Well, he died on October 25th, 2022, after battling cancer. And the loss of that income, it's like, I'm not, like, this shouldn't happen. It was a while ago. Well, the problem is I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stay in the home that we shared for 25 years, and his spirit is still there. I'd like to stay there. Now, if I wasn't denied the Social Security benefits I earned and those survivor benefits, I think that I would not be facing this kind of insecurity. And I'm not alone. In Connecticut, according to the latest Congressional Research Service report, there's 22,548 retirees that lose up to $587 a month.
Ms. Elia, your time is
Okay.
up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay. So that's people who lose a WEP. There's about 10,000 retirees who lose spousal benefits or survivor benefits that they should be getting. So I'm urging you to pass this resolution and to help move this forward. I truly believe that these penalties should never have happened. They should end now. And I think that you can actually, your involvement will help this happen. So I thank you. And there are more written comments that I submitted to. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ed Hawthorne.
Good morning, Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to represent nearly 250,000 working people here in the state of Connecticut as president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. So good morning, Representative Wilson, Representative Belton, Representative Acker, Weir, and of course, my state senator, Rob Sampson. I'm here to testify on several bills. I'll do my best to not get buzzed with the 3 minutes over there. The first one I'd like to address is HB 5854, an act concerning the number of wage and hour investigators. Now, I want to start out with a question here. So if I walked up to every one of you and stole all the money you have in your wallet and you went to the police and they said it would take 4 to 6 months even to assign a cop to investigate that theft, would that be acceptable to you? Pretty sure the answer is no. But that's exactly what we're dealing with wage theft investigators now. You'll see in my written testimony, we took a screenshot from the website saying it was going to take 4 to 6 months for a claim of wage theft to even be assigned for investigation. I ask you, what good is a law if it has no enforcement? That's what we're dealing with here. We're talking about wage investigators that are trying to do their job at a level in which they cannot keep up with the need. We're talking about people not getting paid the money that they are owed for the job they have done. And I submit to you, these jobs are budget positive. There are certain ones already there that are just paid through the fines that they bring in. This is a reasonable ask and something that we should be on the forefront of enforcing. Next bill I'd like to talk about is a bill we oppose, HB 5389, an act requiring state employees and human services to work on site. We believe it's a mandatory subject of collective bargaining, and the committee should reject this bill. It should be dealt with in contract negotiations with each individual. And also, we support HJ 215 about the weapon, the GPO repeal. We're essentially punishing people for doing work. Public servants, a teacher that has the painting business over the summer or the moving business is actually getting money taken away from them because they paid in the Social Security and it's getting offset by their pension. It's simply un-American to punish work, and that's exactly what the WEP GPO does. You guys can't repeal it, but it will encourage Congress to act. And we're talking about police, firefighters, teachers, all public, air traffic controllers, public servants that dedicate their lives to making our lives better. Also, another bill that we support that you heard about was SB 331, an act concerning state marshals' health benefits. As you heard, these are dangerous jobs. I've worked in the courthouse and I often found the criminal defendants more respectful than the civil ones. So if you're going to a house to pull somebody out of that house because of a civil restraining order, that is a dangerous job. And to make them work without health insurance is simply unconscionable. It really is. Also, SB 332, an act concerning portal-to-portal coverage. We've acted on this in kind of piecemeal in the past. We're asking you once again to just say that all workers should be covered because mental health is no different than regular health. We worry that people are paying out of pocket for this. Some may not be able to afford it, and to allow them to get that coverage that they need to make their lives better and make their lives whole. And
Mr. Hawthorne, your time is up, so please conclude your remarks.
thank you all for the opportunity to testify. I had 7 bills today, but I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding any of them from the committee.
All right, Representative Acker.
Ed, always good to see you and appreciate your comments. We'll go back to the wage enforcement ones. As you know, I'm supportive of this. The problem I have is I believe it should be done by the executive branch. I think that a commissioner and staff or whatever should request to their boss what they need for workers. It's a simple ask. This is what we need to do our job. I do that in my company. We do that in other departments. Why do you think that just can't be done in that process? You know, I've submitted legislation to do just to ask this, but it sometimes you shouldn't have to be a bill. It should just be an executive branch action and requesting that we expand these departments. What are your thoughts on that?
We have 3 branches of government. We're asking the legislative branch to act where another is not doing so. I mean, this is something that needs to get done. Wage theft is no different than larceny, in my opinion. You are taking money that people earned out of their pocket. This bill would level the playing field and support good businesses. Because as you know, as a business owner, I'm sure there's bad businesses out there that intentionally underpay their employees, undercut the bidding process, and know they're not going to hear from anyone for at least 4 to 6 months and sometimes even longer, because that's just the assignment. That's not even the completion of the investigation. So if the legislative branch can act where others don't, you know, what we're looking for is a positive outcome for these employees that are waiting for their money. I mean, you know, most people, they talk about 50 to 60% of the population living paycheck to paycheck, can't afford a $500, you know, repair to their cars. Imagine waiting 4 to 6 months for the case to even be assigned. What hope are we giving these people?
And thank you. And then the other one, I think it was 5389, I believe, is similar. So this is a similar comment coming from me, is that I think a commissioner should have the ability to dictate, you know, when they need people on site and when they don't. And so I'm going along with, you know, I think state law, to be honest, supersedes any kind of arbitration, any contract requirements of state law. As long as your arbitration deals with and is within the parameters of state law, then whatever that is fine. So that's my similar comments. I think both of these areas give the department person that's been chosen the ability to control their office. If they're not doing it right, then there's a way to get rid of that commissioner, you know, but that's my thoughts on both these pieces of legislation.
Well, they most definitely can control it, but at the bargaining table where it should be done, not through legislation.
But the other bill deserves legislation.
The other bill is a failure to act, which needs to act now and has the urgency to act now.
And I agree with that. Yeah. So I just wish they would do it. Thank you, Ed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hawthorne. I just wanted to key in real quick, talked on 5389, that's talking about the proposal to give the commissioners authority and the latitude to determine where their employees need to be in person, you know, regarding telework. What was, so the question is, what was the position of your association if we go back to 2019, pre-COVID? Where would that position be relative to today?
we've always been in favor of allowing flexibility for work. I mean, before I got this job, I worked at a job that traditionally worked 3 days in the office, 2 days at home, and we always got our work done. So it's a subject to bargaining that can be taken care of at the bargaining table. And it's, it's a benefit to everyone. I'm a big proponent of a happy workforce as a productive workforce. And if they're productive at home, they should be able to stay at home.
Okay, and I think what we want to learn more about is the field positions. My colleague, Representative Candelora talked about, some deaths within under the purview of DSS. And, I hear from constituents often enough who are saying that their needs are not being met. So I want to make sure, I guess, I got your answer, but from our perspective, we want to make sure that the happy taxpayer is, somebody who's paying the bills is getting the services. And so we want to make sure that our workforce is being productive as well as happy. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have one going back to that exact bill. The way it is currently in the system with telework, that was contractually something that many of the unions, I'm guessing, negotiated. And so you're saying that should be the part that they should still be allowed to, moving forward, negotiate those terms. So they would be willing to have the conversation as long as they're able to negotiate it in that mechanism.
Absolutely. It should be at the bargaining table, not through legislation where that's settled. I mean, they'll sit down, they'll talk about it, and they'll come to an agreement. That's what bargaining is.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you again for testifying.
Thank you all.
Next, we have Brooke Foley.
Good morning, chairpersons, ranking members, and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Brooke Foley, and I am from the Insurance Association of Connecticut. The IAC is a state-based trade association representing Connecticut's property and casualty and life insurance and financial services industries. The IAC strongly opposes 5386. This is the workers' comp bill that is about prescription medication notification. So employers have a vested interest in the health of their employees and helping their employees get back to work. This bill does not do anything to help further that goal. It will cause further delays in getting them back to work. This bill is not just a notice requirement. It will not only require written notice to be provided to the claimant whenever a respondent, employer, or insurer discontinues payment for a prescription medicine, but if the worker objects to the discontinuance, it would require a formal hearing and approval from an administrative law judge or ALJ before the respondent will be authorized to discontinue payment for a medication. The section of statute 31296 that this bill addresses requires notice to be given on a Form 36. A Form 36 requires approval from the ALJ if the claimant objects. This means the Workers' Compensation Commission must provide a hearing and the ALJ must approve the discontinuance before the respondent may stop payment. This process can drag on for many months. As you will see in my submitted testimony, I gave an example of what typically can happen on a Form 36 in that practice. Meanwhile, the respondent must continue to pay for the benefit for the entire time period. This is significant when the prescription is, for example, a $1,000 narcotic. If this bill was only a notice requirement, the notice would be required on a Form 43, which would fall under Section 31294C. In fact, this is already being done. Current practice is that respondent employers and insurers already use Form 43 routinely to provide notice to all the parties, including the medical provider, anytime a current authorized treatment is discontinued. Employers are not cutting off benefits without medical opinions to support the discontinuance. Prescriptions might be discontinued under various circumstances, such as if the claimant is not following up with the doctor as required, or if the claimant failed a urinalysis test, or there's some other qualified medical reason to show that stopping the medicine is reasonable and necessary. In these situations, Form 43 is already used to put the claimant on notice that payment for the medication is going to discontinue on a certain date. There's already multiple mechanisms in place, including sanctions and fines to deter respondents from failing to provide notice when discontinuing payment for a benefit. As such, this current process already works well to ensure notice is provided. In general, the workers' compensation process is well functioning. Furthermore, it's important to note that any injury, condition, adverse effect suffered by an injured worker as a result of any discontinued medical treatment may become part of the actual workers' compensation claim and therefore is the responsibility of the employer. For this reason, employers and employees have a vested interest in the employee's recovery. Employers want to help employees get back to work. The current process of using a Form 43 gives sufficient notice and protection to the claimant. Requiring the use of a Form 36 will create an unnecessary logistical burden, which will take up time and Workers' Compensation Commission resources. Accordingly, we ask that you take no action on 5386.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Ms. Foley, for your testimony, and I'm getting a education on the fly here between Form 36 and Form 43. What is common practice now when discontinuing a prescription? Which form is used now?
As I understand it, the common practice to use the Form 43 to give notice.
Okay, and so from a notice perspective, Form 43 is that the currently the insurance industry now is okay with that form?
As I understand it, yes, they just want to maintain the status quo of using the Form 43. What is being changed in this bill is unnecessary because the notice is already being given.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dave Burr. All right, we'll move down to Tim Talento. All right, next up is Tanisha. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having me. Good morning, esteemed members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Tanisha Signor. I'm from North Branford, Connecticut, and I'm the Policy Director for She Leads Justice, formerly known as QWEL. We're a statewide nonprofit that uses a justice and equity lens to advocate for under-resourced and marginalized women and girls in Connecticut. As a member of Connecticut for All Coalition, She Leads Justice supports HB 5384, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. Wage theft is a serious problem in Connecticut, which affects us all. Workers who directly experience wage theft are often working multiple jobs for low wages. Losing out on wages creates a situation where these workers are unable to pay for basic living expenses such as rent, utilities, groceries, and medicine. Wage theft also takes critical tax revenue away from the government, which can be utilized for vital programs in Connecticut. Exact numbers of wages that are stolen in Connecticut are difficult to assess. This difficulty lies in the reality that many people who experience wage theft are often members of already vulnerable populations and therefore hesitant to report their employers. We do know that in 2022, investigators at the Connecticut DOL recovered about $3.4 million for workers in the state who experienced wage theft and reported it. Without proper staffing at the Department of Labor, Connecticut is unable to properly and thoroughly enforce labor laws in our state. She Leads Justice asks that the committee supports HB 5384 to hire 45 additional wage and hour inspectors to meet the need of effectively addressing wage theft in our state. In addition to HB 5384, I wanted to come on and make some comments on HB 5005. I know that it's a study bill right now, but as a leader in the campaign for paid sick days in Connecticut, we urge the committee to write a paid sick days bill, which encompasses the following components. One, that the paid sick and safe days policy expands coverage to all workers in Connecticut, that it brings the eligibility and accrual rates in line with what neighboring states are already providing, that it significantly expands the definition of family that it extends employees access to safe days, and that it protects against future pandemics. I have more information of that in my written testimony. Thank you for listening today.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Again, thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Next up, we will have Claire Nazarel. All right, we're going to move on to Nancy Bremer. All right, you've got the floor, Nancy.
Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator. My name is Nancy Bremer, and I reside in Shelton, Connecticut. I am a mother of 3 adult children and 7 grandchildren. I am 81 years old and a retired science teacher from Connecticut and Massachusetts, and have been retired for the past 12 and a half years after having taught for 40 years. I have also been a widow for the past 17 years, and so I am greatly affected by both the WEP and the GPO penalties. These penalties have personally cost me a total of $337,500 over my retirement. I taught full-time until the age of 70, and during that period, I took on other jobs as advisor to the Student Council, the Science Club, and mentored 10 new teachers to enhance my pension. Due to the WEP penalties, even though I paid into Social Security, having worked for 10 years, and earning 40 credits, I only receive $337 a month. This was from the jobs to supplement my teaching during summers and vacation. The amount is a loss of $5,400 a year and actually $67,000 over 12 and a half years of retirement. But as for the GPO penalties, I am especially hard hit. My husband passed away 17 years ago and paid into Social Security for 47 years. He was a nuclear engineer and got a lung transplant. After his passing, I continued to teach for 5 years, and I received my survivor benefits of $2,000 a month. However, once I retired in 2011, my survivor benefits became zero. That amounts to a loss of $21,600 a year, or a total of $270,000 over 12 and a half years. In total, I have lost $337,500 over these past 12 and a half years. Due to these penalties, I eventually had to sell my home and buy a condo. I even had to work as a long-term substitute teacher until I was 77 to try to supplement my pension. The money set aside for my Social Security is money I paid into and I deserve to receive. This is not a gift. It is so wrong to not receive my hard-earned benefits as well as my husband's. If I had chosen a different career, I wouldn't be at such a loss. Maybe this is why we are experiencing such a reduction in teachers. Please pass this resolution, HJ 215, which supports the repeal of the WEP and the GPO. Thank you for your time and consideration of my request. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you again, Nancy. Are there any questions of the committee? Seeing none, we want to thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Cheryl Weiner. right, we're gonna move down to Cynthia Morteau. Dorothy Brenning. All right. Dorothy, you have the floor.
Ms. Drobny, please unmute your microphone so that you can begin your testimony.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here as another retired teacher, but a midlife career changer. I worked in dentistry as a dental assistant and a practice manager for 20 years, not including the time I worked while in high school. And then at 45, began my teaching career, where I taught for 20 years. And had a big surprise when I went to apply for Social Security and found that I was going to be penalized for the years I had spent in teaching and now receive about half of what I would have been entitled to. My concern, as with the previous speaker, is that I'm going to lose my husband's benefits. He, like her husband, has worked his entire life and paid into Social Security as an aerospace engineer and later an machine shop operator at the University of Connecticut. And the fact that I won't be entitled to any of his benefits should he pass before me is just appalling. It just doesn't seem that this should be legal. And certainly it's not anything based on a good conscience that people are able to keep this legislation going. So I appeal to you to do away with this legislation, do whatever you can to encourage those in Washington to do away with it. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dorothy, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying. All right, we're gonna have Carmen Lanche. All right, we're gonna move down to Carla Escobar. While we wait, we're gonna go down to Jenny Cornino. All right, we're gonna move down to all right, we're gonna move down to Wilford Medina, and we're gonna come back to the others. You have the floor.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have the
Okay,
floor.
all right. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, ranking members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Wilfredo Medina. I'm an employee with the Department of Social Services.
Awesome. Let's give him a second. Okay, we're gonna move down to Cheryl Fiducia.
Ms. Fiducia, if you can unmute your microphone, you have the floor. Ms. Fiducia, you have permission to talk. Please unmute your microphone. Cheryl, if you can unmute your microphone and turn on your camera, you may begin your testimony.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to jump in my phone. Let me move away from the iPad because I want to the echo. Sorry about that. Okay, good morning. Ranking members and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Cheryl Fiducia, and I'm the Vice President for Local 17, which represents approximately 1,300 employees in the Department of Social Services. I also work as an eligibility services specialist in DSS and have worked in this department for over 35 years. I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 5389. As an eligibility services specialist, I know how important it is for our department to have the staff and administrative flexibility to provide benefits in a timely manner. When issues come up about working conditions, we have a process in place where we meet with the departments and negotiate a resolution. On-site versus telework to provide services has already been negotiated and resolved between the unions representing human services workers and the departments. We have numerous systems in place that assist our clients in pursuing benefits through DSS. Since the onset of the pandemic, these systems have been a critical part of our daily work process. If this process needs to be changed, our union will meet with management to negotiate a resolution that is fair to everyone involved. Our ultimate goal is to service our clients in the most complete way. Today's technology helps us achieve that goal. Labor and management have made positive strides working together for a fair outcome for all. We do not believe that this bill is necessary and it impacts a collective bargaining right that workers have to resolve these issues. I urge the committee to reject House Bill 5389. And I also want to add that unfortunately, Wilfredo Medina got disconnected and could not get back in.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Acker.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you for testimony. Prior to the pandemic, what was the process like? Were you more in office or always in office? What was it prior to the pandemic?
We were always in office, and when the doors, well, our doors are fully open now. And when we did not have the stats that we have now, as far as online, their My Accounts, they're calling into the workers. Our offices were bombarded with lengthy lines, clients that could not get in the door because our lines were so long, and the wait time was hours in the waiting room if they did decide to wait.
Thank you. Then, so now do you schedule them?
Some are scheduled and some are walk-ins.
Okay. And then the process of getting, do you get a phone call from a client? Is that how it works?
Yes, we are on phones every day. We have staff that do take phone calls every single day to help assist the clients in whatever their situation is, whether it's application or change or whatever their question is. Then we also have people that just will process work throughout days, and therefore they pull an application from, or the case from our computer system. A call is made to the client to then go through the application with the client over the phone.
Oh, thank you. And the number that's out there, is that a direct connection to somebody like yourself or somebody that's processing these, or does it go to a phone system and then you check the numbers and then call people back?
The main number is, it comes into the computer system, so to speak, and then the client will then press what option they want. Like I do family cash assistance, so if they want that, they'd press number 3. Depending on what they want and it's listed on there as to what area to choose from.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Good. Any other questions? Representative Weir.
Cheryl, thank you for your testimony. I'm trying to just get how was the, if you know the answer to this, how was the 1 day in the office and 4 days remote? How was that established?
Well, we're actually, eligibility workers are actually in the office 4 days of pay period and 6 days home. And it was determined through when we went through the COVID process. And then once we were kind of unwinding from that, it was worked out with the commissioner's office with Wilfredo Medina. He meets with them fairly regularly, every couple months. They touch base as to how things are going and whatnot. There are some areas that are 80% or 70%, depending on what they do and their client contact. But we also have, like I said, we have 40% is what we're in the office for. And we are covering the service center, and there aren't enough booths to have all the workers be out in the service center. Therefore, a lot of us are still back at our desks because there isn't, we can't go out and see clients because there isn't a booth available. So therefore we do the phone calls, we process work via our computer. And I will add too that the clients are great when you're on the phone with them. They have documents that they submit it right then and there into their My Account, and we get it within 30 seconds to a minute, depending on the cloud, how that process is. And the biggest issue that we have found during COVID and reviewing all this eligibility and whatnot is that when we put our new impact system in place back in 2017, everyone says, oh, it's working as designed, depending on what's going on. Well, it truly is now working as designed. It was designed for an online work process. Whereas we have the My Account, people can upload their documents. There's so many different facets that the clients have access to as far as doing everything online, and very minimal impact with them, coming into the office. A lot of them have small children, a lot of them work, some are elderly, and they just can't get into the office. And it's a wonderful option for them to be able to have this opportunity and get the work done.
Okay, thank you. And I from my perspective, I think my biggest concern is that our taxpayers, that our constituents are being served, and I don't necessarily have an opinion how that needs to get done. I think that, to your point, that needs to be between labor and management to work it out. And so I hesitate to get involved here, but what I can tell you is that I hear a lot from constituents who are saying this isn't working. You're talking about one system for one department perhaps, but there are many other departments, some of whom are performing better than others. And I think we need to recognize that our first duty is to our constituents to make sure they're being served, and whether they can be adequately served on the phone, that's great. If it needs to be online, as you're doing today virtually, that's great too. And if it requires in-person or field work, that needs to be worked out as well. But I think what I can say is, according to my constituents, it's not happening fast enough. And so I think if it needs to be addressed, the reason for our willingness to get involved here is that the process isn't moving quick enough. And so, I think we want to provide, we want to get to the bottom of what is the need? What is the real need? Again, a 40-60 schedule, that may be the right number. I don't know. But I think we need to be, my primary focus, I'll just close with is we need to make sure we're meeting the needs of the taxpayer and the constituent first. So they're being served, their needs are being met. And I'll leave it there, but thank you for your testimony.
And I just to add that that's our goal too, is to make sure that everyone's serviced. I'm a taxpayer. My family, friends are taxpayers, and I always say, you guys all pay my salary. I work my hardest and darndest to make sure everything is done and done correctly. But once again, we only have I work out of the Waterbury office. We have 21 booths, interview booths. So therefore, we can't have any more people out in the booth, interviewing booths, to service the clients. We can have them on phones and take care of it that way. But everything is a process, and things do take time when we are on the phones with the clients, because we want to make sure we're thorough. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to Wilfredo and allow him to complete his testimony. Okay, we're going to move down to Mary Beth Hill.
Hello.
You have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, hang on. You got to me quicker than I thought you were.
While we're waiting for Mary Beth, just to let individuals know, we are going to go back to some individuals who need translation, as the translator will be in the room to take care of them a little later on during this public hearing. Mary Beth, whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Ms. Hill, if you accept the promotion to panelist, that should enable you to testify.
I wasn't sure if I heard, is Claire Nazarella up?
We will come back to you, Ms. Nazarella.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hill, you should be able to begin testifying.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, great. I wasn't sure if you could or not. It wouldn't allow me in. Okay, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, ranking members, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Mary Beth Hill, and I reside in Meriden, Connecticut. I'm the president of ASME Local 2663, which represents social workers, human service advocates, vocational rehabilitation specialists, and human rights attorneys in several state agencies, including DCF, DEMIS, DSS, DDS, DOC, CHRO, and many more. I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 5389. This would allow commissioners of state agencies that provides, human services to unilaterally create a policy that would require employees to be on site or in person for up to 60% of their working hours. I don't believe this bill is really even needed because this is an issue that we've already negotiated with agencies to find a resolution. Depending on the agency and the arguments and the agreements we've negotiated, telework ranges from 0% of working hours up to 80% in the agencies that I cover. We don't need a legislative solution to a bargaining right that resolved an issue that already went through the process and came to a conclusion that everyone can accept. Our members provide critical services, often in person, and have continued providing them with a hybrid schedule that doesn't impact the delivery of services. So I urge the committee to oppose House Bill 5389. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go back to Alfredo and to allow him to finish his testimony. All right, we're gonna go. Claire, you have the floor to testify.
Thank you to members of the Labor Committee for listening to my testimony on HJ 215. I appreciate everyone's commitment to working for what is best for the state of Connecticut and our citizens. I've been teaching for 25 years, 16 as a 3rd and 5th grade teacher in West Hartford, and 9 years as a STEM coach for CRAC. I currently serve on the West Hartford Board of Education and feel it's my civic duty to serve my community and share my insight in educational matters. Teaching has been a passion of mine for only half of my working career. I worked over 20 years in broadcast communications before becoming an educator. From 1978 to 1998, I contributed to Social Security in every paycheck I received. Teaching's an amazing profession, but I did not realize I'd be jeopardizing my Social Security retirement benefits when I made the career change. Many times people have tried to explain to me why these contributions I made don't count or are reduced, but it's never made sense to me. It's not right to hold back the benefits I earned and contributed to every paycheck. We are experiencing a critical teacher shortage, and we need teachers and should do all we can to attract more people to the profession. Teachers who've made career change bring a unique perspective to the classroom. My skills in television production, marketing, and computer software enhanced my lessons and added valuable skills to the district I worked in. Career changes shouldn't have to jeopardize their retirement benefits. Many teachers have 2 jobs, and their contribution to Social Security should be honored as all non-teachers. For 4 years, I ran my own company and contributed 15% of my paycheck or my income to Social Security, both as an employee and employer. I think we should pass legislation to stop this practice. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we are gonna have Alexander.
Okay, hi Hello, Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Alexander Kolokotronis. I'm the director of the Naugatuck Valley Project. I am testifying in favor of HB 5384, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. The Naugatuck Valley Project has 23 member organization affiliates ranging from labor unions to churches to mosques and housing cooperatives. Among the work that we do is we organize domestic workers, and we've seen through the decades how domestic workers have been excluded from all sorts of labor protections. But more than that, besides formal exclusions that fortunately we have been rectifying through our organizing over the years, domestic workers are among the most vulnerable workers in the workforce. And for domestic workers who are often earning wages that are on the lower end of the income scale, losing out on wages, having their wages stolen over weeks, months, years, translates into a situation where their families cannot put food on the table, they cannot pay rent, and they cannot provide for their most basic livelihoods. And so to wait 4 to 6 months, to wait years for cases to be taken up is not a situation where a domestic worker can simply say, you know, I'm going to lean on my savings and I'm going to ride it out and then recover stolen wages moving forward. This is a situation where having the law violated against them and not being able to get what is due, what is right, because of personnel shortages results in life or death situations. And I'll just say, speaking for myself, right now I'm testifying from a hotel room because I have an uninhabitable apartment where I was charged rent by a landlord who I fortunately fought against because of the position that I am able to mobilize from in terms of filing complaints, in terms of mobilizing my neighbors. What if I was someone who was a domestic worker who experienced wage theft and had a landlord trying to charge me rent at the same time for an uninhabitable apartment with a family? I mean, that's an untenable situation. And that's a situation that many, if not identical to mine, are in similar places with. And so it is essential that 45 inspectors are added and that we really tackle the issue of wage theft. So we make Connecticut a more attractive place for a workforce. And Connecticut being a state that is in dire need of a stronger and deeper workforce moving forward. So I am testifying in favor of HB 5384. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We're going to move down to, is Mary Beth in still? All right, we're going to move to Mary Beth.
Ms. Hill, if you unmute your microphone, you should be able to testify.
I testified already.
All right, thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move down to Kristen Versika.
Hi, Senators Kushner and Sampson, Representative Weir, hi, and Sanchez, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for having me today. My name is Kristen Besega, and I'm the president of the Glastonbury Education Association. We're the teachers union, and I'm speaking on behalf of over 500 Glastonbury educators and our families. I'm speaking to you today in support of HJ 215, the resolution to memorialize Congress to repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provisions. This spring, when I polled our educators, more than 70% of the people in my union have Social Security earnings. And when we go to retire, the windfall elimination provision will reduce or eliminate our personal earned benefits. Speaking for myself, I have Social Security earnings from grading AP physics tests, writing questions for NGSS, working as a lab technician for Loctite. You know, I know teachers who are hotel workers, waiters, researchers, professors, business owners, and more. And all that money that I put into Social Security at those jobs will be withheld from me when I retire. And it's not just me. So I asked around, and of the educators in my union that have Social Security earnings, 72% are from the career before they became classroom teachers. 43% had part-time jobs while we are teaching. 15% have year-long part-time work, and almost 50% pick up extra jobs in the summer. Now, those jobs don't add up to 100% because many of our members have multiple forms of income to support ourselves. So not only is education a career path that requires us to take multiple jobs to get by, but we're also paying into a system that is systematically withholding our deposits. Not only that, but more than 65% of our spouses have Social Security earnings that we will not be able to collect. Again, our survivorship benefits will be reduced or eliminated by the government pension offset. And unlike some of the other bills ahead of us, this one is not just between labor and management. I know that sometimes we can get myopic in the rights and laws within our own professions. However, GPO WEP is not just teachers. It's police officers, firefighters, postal workers, air traffic controllers, and other classes of worker too. The federal repeal is supported by the Fraternal Order of Police. And when police officers can retire after 20 years, they pick up other jobs whose Social Security benefits are also slashed by these same provisions. I'm fully aware that your actions today would not force Congress to repeal GPO WEP, but I want the state of Connecticut to take a stand for teachers like me, to remove penalties for second career educators, and to put pressure on Congress to fully repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provision. Thank you for your time. Do you have any
Thank you.
questions?
Any questions? Representative Weir.
Hi, Representative.
Good morning. Good to see you outside of the
Good to see, well, still in the classroom.
Well, I'm out of the classroom, so I
I
guess
know.
in the classroom from remotely. Can you tell me, because you know, it bothers me to think that somebody's going to be paying into something that they can't get the benefit from. You know, when you're talking about Social Security, regarding the teacher pension, how does that contribution work? Is it different town by town? Is it statewide? Can you tell me just an overview of how that
Yeah,
contribution?
so the amount we put in is set by the state. So we put in 8.25% of our earnings into the state teacher's pension. But any other jobs we have that we pay Social Security on, those benefits get eliminated or reduced. There's a formula.
Okay, yeah, that was really it. Pretty simple question. I just wanted to get a better understanding of your contribution versus into your own pension versus that of Social Security. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing more testimony. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. We're going to move down to Jeffrey Tomchek.
Good morning. I didn't think I was going to be able to get to say that. That was going to be an afternoon, but judging by my number, but good morning, Labor and Public Employees Committee members, and for those that are present and for those that will review this later. My name is Jeff Tomchik. I'm from the Uniformed Professional Firefighters Association of Connecticut. I'm the legislative director, and we represent 60 local affiliates of the International Association of Firefighters. The membership in the EPFFA is comprised of approximately 4,000 union firefighters. And today I'm providing testimony in support of House Joint Resolution 215 and Senate Bill 328. A lot of testimony has already been given on 215, so I just want to briefly hit a couple of points on how this affects firefighters directly. As you know, the growth and commonality of two wage earners within a household is growing in order for economic stability of the family. This may also include second incomes of one or both wage earners, and that the WEP has significant negative implications for those individuals who earn pensions from non-covered employment and also qualify for Social Security benefits, highlighting the complexities in the U.S. retirement system. In particular, the reduction of Social Security benefits, which cannot be defined through financial planning for future retirement purposes, and oftentimes needs physical attorney presence in order to explain the confusing laws, conditions, and calculations and the lack of qualified resources to gain information. So with those burdens of the financial strain on couples, the reduced spousal benefits, and the varied impact across different states and professions causes significant negative impacts. And the UPFFA strongly supports and requests that we move 215 forward. In regards to Senate Bill 328, we have brought this concept to this committee in the past, specifically last year. And one of the issues that I wanted to point out in addition to my written testimony that was submitted, is that the statutory process of workers' compensation must be navigated that has been developed, implemented, and regulated by the Connecticut State Statute. And there's generally no issues when receiving designated compensation from CGS 31-308 and the schedule contained therein. However, there's an issue that's becoming evident when an employee is injured so severely they are unable to reach maximum medical recovery. As this result, employees are compelled to retire with a disability pension. And when this pension is offset by the corresponding permanent partial disability payment, warranted through and defined by workers' compensation, an act of garnishing the pension is created and construed as punitive. It is important to note that Workers' Compensation Commission is a state agency that oversees workers' injuries and adjudicates disputes between worker and employee, and the employer. Among other work injury-related issues, the state agency operates under statute and aspects of workers' compensation laws, policies, and practices that are not subjects of bargaining.
Mr. Tomczyk, your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. I will conclude with just pointing out that the awards and benefits that are provided by the state statute to support and provide for the recuperation of injuries that would not have been sustained during normal course of activity and linked directly to result of employment are not bargainable issues. And the accepting a diminished pension payments due to PPE awards is unfair and unjust. As described in the hard work that we did on our cancer bill last year, as oncologists across the country are developing how specific body parts and organs are affected by this and attributable to the permanent partial disability, it's important to recognize that pensions and permanent partial disability payments and awards should not be construed as wage replacement. Thank you for your time. I appreciate this committee looking into these issues, and I'll certainly entertain any questions that you may have.
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna move down to Ann Dubell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, take your time.
Sorry, it's gonna take a couple minutes.
Nope,
okay?
take your time.
Thank you so
And if you
much.
need to grab another chair,
Yeah.
just grab one of the others.
Oops, just gonna squeeze it. Sorry. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Anna Dubiel, and I'm here today with my mom, Czesława Koc-Dubiel, to help her to testify. My mom is legally blind and she doesn't know English very well, so I came here today to help her to translate. My mom and I, we are residents of Rocky Hill. My mom and I urge you to support HJ 215 resolution memorializing Congress to repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provision. So I'm going to read my mom's testimony that we work almost for the whole week. And my mom is very nervous, so I'll be reading for you. My name is Czesława Koc-Dubiel. It's my honor today to be here. And I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my story.
It was extremely difficult for me to come here today as my vision is very poor, but because of my daughter's help, I'm glad to be here today. I'm an immigrant from Poland and I'm proud USA citizen. My mother-in-law was born in United States, so as I was able to legally immigrate to this country. I work extremely hard to contribute to Social Security for many years in this country. Before immigrating to United States, I worked in Poland for 23 years. In 2013, due to my health problems, I have to retire at age 65. And I remember that day very well when I went to the Social Security Administration office and the officer informed me that my Social Security pension will be reduced by $300 a month because I also receive a Polish pension. I couldn't believe it. I was stressed, confused, why it's happening to me, why my pension will be reduced $300. I couldn't understand. So since that day, I also have asked myself why I'm financially punished by this unjust penalty. I feel betrayed. I really feel betrayed. I'm a 75 years old, legally blind woman, and I have lived with this unjust penalty for too many years. It has extremely negative impact on my life. I live a very simple retirement life, and every day is a struggle for me to support myself due to this unfair law. This is why it's critically important for myself and for many others like me to pass this resolution. My mom politely asked you today to pass this resolution. Thank you for your consideration and for this opportunity to testify. Like Thomas Jefferson said, the care of human life and happiness and not their destruction is the first and only object of good government. And again, thank you so much for us. And it's so important for my mom to be here today to testify. So if you have any question, I'll be happy to translate it to my mom.
Representative Acker.
No questions at all, but just thank you for being here. Thank you for your advocacy for what you truly believe in. And, you know, let's wake up DC. They could use it every now and then, more now than they used to,
Yeah,
but maybe they can get it over the hurdle this year.
Because my mom asks herself every single day why it's happening. And she, like we said, she lives simple retirement. I'm a primary caregiver of her. And that would be, please, if you pass this resolution, that would make my mom so happy, at least for like one day.
Well,
Okay.
again, thank you again for your
Thank
your being here and your testimony.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. We're going to go back and we're going to start with Carmen Leche.
Yes, hi, good morning. Your Honor. I am an interpreter for Carmen, and I was told that she's on Zoom, so I will be doing the interpreting for her. Okay, take a seat right here. Okay, thank you. Freddie, then the next one is Freddie, I believe.
It's Freddie. Okay. Marian Solano, we're going to start there.
Ms. Solano, could you unmute your microphone?
Pardon me, are they all on Zoom or are some of them out in the waiting room? Okay, so just speak into here. Okay, should I call for her? Okay. Buenos días, Miriam. Yo me llamo Lourdes. Yo soy la intérprete que te voy a ayudar hoy. Si por favor puede poner tu micrófono en mute y yo te voy a ayudar en todo lo que tú necesitas esta mañana. ¿Ok? Gracias. Estoy aquí en la corte, a la orden. Si por favor hay alguien que se llama Carmen, Freddy, Alida, Carla, Jenny, Miriam, John o Juan, Bella, Lina, deja ver, tengo la lista aquí. Edgar, Norma, Laura y Elsa. Yo soy Lourdes. Te voy a ayudar hoy en el intérprete que necesita.
We're gonna go with, Lena.
Okay.
Just tell her to unmute the microphone. Oh, Marianne is ready. Just to unmute her microphone and they can testify.
Si por favor puede apagar tu micrófono y puede hablar, por favor. Lina, or which one is the one that? Oh, Miriam, mucho gusto. Lourdes, estoy aquí.
She can testify.
I can't hear them. Sí, por favor, puede introducirte a la corte. Do I have to put the button on? I can't hear anything. Oh, okay, thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Miriam Solano.
Sí, buenos días, Miriam, es Lourdes, a la orden.
Ok, muchas gracias. Bueno, mi nombre es Miriam Solano, soy miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción, residente de New Haven. En este día, pues voy a dar mi testimonio en apoyo en apoyo del HB 5384, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo.
Ok, Miriam, un segundo, deja escribir la sección de la corte que tú dices. Tú estás aquí con, deja escribirlo aquí un segundito, con la Unidad Latina en Acción. Usted
Correcto.
es de New Haven, ok.
Sí.
Y dame la sección, por favor. El número.
HB 5384.
Dígalo otra vez, por favor.
HB 5384.
Ok, y tú estás aquí hoy si por favor lo puede explicar.
Sí, yo estoy aquí como para dar mi testimonio en cuanto a la ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo.
Ok, salarios y horas en el Departamento de Salarios.
De Trabajo, en el Departamento de Trabajo.
Trabajo, ok.
Correcto.
Ok, Regio. Okay, so her name is, as you know, Miriam Solano. She's with the United Latin Group of Action. She's from New Haven section under section 8 HB 5384. It's a testimony for the inspectors, I guess. It's regarding the hours and the salary, which she's obviously disputing. Okay. ¿Y qué más? Miriam, ¿tiene otra cosa que quiere decir, por favor?
Soy parte de Unidad Latina en Acción, que tiene aproximadamente 1,800 miembros en el estado. Nuestra organización,
Perdona, 1,800
miembros del estado.
en el estado, ok.
Ajá. Nuestra organización lucha por los derechos de los trabajadores inmigrantes.
Ok, un segundito. So
Okay.
she's a member of this group. There's about 1,800 members in the state, and she's representing, está representando el grupo basado en los salarios y las horas que trabaja.
Correcto.
So she's representing them based on the income and the hours that they work. Un segundito, por favor.
Okay.
Did you hear that? Should I repeat that? Okay. Okay, ¿y qué más, Miriam?
También soy integrante de Conérico para Todos, una coalición que lucha por un futuro mejor para Conérico.
Okay, so she's trying to help the state of Connecticut with better income, better salaries for all, so that we could all benefit. That's what she's trying to convey. Okay, Miriam?
Siendo miembro de Unidad Latina, he podido ser testigo de todas las injusticias que pasan los trabajadores inmigrantes.
Okay, un segundito. So she says, as an immigrant herself, she has viewed much injustice that immigrants suffer in this state, you know, labor, income, mistreatment. So she's a witness. Okay, Miriam, sigue.
Muchos trabajadores no alzan su voz y no se atreven a denunciar el robo salarial.
Okay,
que
un segundito. So there are many employees who suffer great injustice and they don't speak up because they're frightened. So she's speaking up on their behalf. Okay?
que sufren porque muchos empleadores se encargan de meterles miedo diciéndoles que ellos les van a llamar a migración.
Yeah, so they're under great fear that ICE may come after them and deport them from the country. So therefore they do not speak up. Okay?
El robo salarial afecta a miles de personas trabajadoras y aún más a los trabajadores inmigrantes, siendo más vulnerables.
Yeah, so immigrants are extremely vulnerable. They lose thousands of dollars in income because of the fear that they have from their employers. So she's raising the issue. Okay, Miriam?
El Departamento de Trabajo debería tener más agentes que investigan sobre el robo salarial.
Okay, so there should be investigations based on individuals that are, in essence, robbing the income of these immigrants. There should be some investigation, some research done, if you will, based on what's going on because it's pretty corrupt. Okay, Miriam?
Ya que conozco a personas que toman meses para darle seguimiento en sus casos.
Okay, dígalo otra vez, eso no te entendí, por favor. ¿Que tú conoces gente que qué?
A personas que toman meses para darle seguimiento en el caso de robo salarial.
Yeah, so there's a group of individuals that do this and continuously do this, take advantage of them. Okay?
También diariamente gente es encontrada en las calles y sus empleadores desaparecen a los días.
So they go out, they try to find these employers to speak to them, and the employers disappear. They're nowhere to be found. Obviously, they're hiding. They know that they're guilty of what they're doing, taking advantage of these immigrants. Okay?
Los trabajadores están siendo explotados.
The workers are being exploited. Yeah.
Los empleadores deberían ser tratados como criminales cuando le roban su salario a los trabajadores.
Yeah, so the employers should be treated as criminals when they're robbing the income of the workers, of the immigrant workers.
Le están quitando un sustento a una familia y a muchas familias han quedado con deudas.
Yeah, there's many families who have suffered financially because of this situation. Obviously, they don't have the income necessary that they need to survive. Okay?
Hoy ustedes pueden hacer un cambio real para los trabajadores.
You have the opportunity and the chance to make a real change for these immigrant workers. Okay?
Por favor, apoyen HB 5854.
Please be in support of HB 5384.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you her for her.
Muchísimas gracias de la Corte, de representante Wilson y representante Ackert.
Ok, gracias a ustedes por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me, she said.
Not a problem. So we're gonna go down to Aldina, and we're gonna actually have, I think, Costanza is on Zoom is going to interpret for.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, who are you going down to?
We're gonna go up to 22.
Oh, okay. And do you need me or does she have someone?
She is going to interpret.
Okay, so
Translate,
I'm okay.
yes.
Okay.
Ok, Alida, es tu turno. Si nos escuchas, tú puedes dar tu testimonio. Yo lo leo después en español, en inglés, perdón.
Nope, she's probably talking to them.
Alida, si nos escuchas, tienes el micrófono apagado. Te escuchamos.
¿Me escuchan ahora?
Sí. Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Sí, adelante.
Oh. Buenas tardes, senadora Kosher, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Mi nombre es Alida Arriaga, soy residente de Hartford, soy miembro del colectivo de defensa de Hartford y también somos parte de Connecticut para Todos. Estoy aquí hoy para testificar en apoyo de HB 5384, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Como trabajadora, quiero compartir con ustedes por qué la contratación de más inspectores en el Departamento de Trabajo de Connecticut es importante para mí. Esta es mi experiencia vivida. Cuando tienes un trabajo, la responsabilidad comienza desde tu casa. En este entonces me levantaba muy temprano para hacer un poco de cosas por las mañanas. Tenía que tomar el tiempo exacto para tomar el autobús y llegar al trabajo a tiempo y cumplir con lo que me correspondía hacer, sin olvidar que estaba embarazada de 2 meses. Aún teniendo otras responsabilidades en casa, tomamos como prioridad nuestro trabajo mientras lo tenemos. Al final de la semana, el cheque que a veces no era entregado hasta la semana siguiente, en eso surge la confianza que tu cheque está guardado y que está a salvo. Y a veces llegaba el momento que te daban los 2 cheques juntos. A lo que voy con esto es que al final se me juntaron más de un cheque. Y para mi sorpresa, al cambiarlo no contaban con fondos. En ese momento fui al encargado e incluso con el dueño, pero nunca hubo nada hasta el día de hoy. El viernes pasado sometí una queja con el Departamento de Trabajo para denunciar al restaurante Mofongo por haberme robado el sueldo y esta es mi historia. Si el personal adecuado en el Departamento de Trabajo en el estado de Connecticut es incapaz de hacer cumplir adecuadamente las leyes laborales en nuestro estado, el robo de salarios es más rampante y afecta la capacidad de nuestros residentes para mantenerse saludables y con vivienda. Por favor, apoya al HB 5384 para contratar a 45 inspectores de salarios y horas adicionales para satisfacer la necesidad. Eso es todo y gracias.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Alida Arriaga. I live in Hartford, and I am a member of Hartford Deportation Defense. We are also part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I am here today to testify in support of HB 5384, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Department of Labor. As a worker, I want to share with you why hiring more inspectors at the Department of Labor is important to me. This is my lived experience. When you have a job, the responsibility starts at home. Back then, I was getting up very early to do everything I needed to do in the morning. I had to time myself exactly right to catch the bus to get to work on time and accomplish what I was supposed to do. Not to mention that I was 2 months pregnant and still had many other responsibilities at home. We find ourselves in a position with a job where we're making a priority to get our work done while we still have it. At the end of the week, the check sometimes wasn't delivered until the following week. There comes that from that, we get a confidence that our check is stored and that is safe. And sometimes it would come to the point where 2 checks would pile up and wouldn't be paid. What I'm getting at with all this is that at the end, I got more than 1 check together, and to my surprise, when I tried to cash them, they did not have the funds at that moment. I went to the manager and even to the owner, but there was never a solution until today. Last Friday, I filed a complaint with the Department of Labor to denounce Mofongo Restaurant for stealing my paychecks. This is my story. Without proper staffing at the Department of Labor, the state of Connecticut is unable to properly enforce labor laws in our state. Wage theft is disgraceful and impacting our neighbors' ability to stay healthy and housed and care for their families. Please support HB 5384 to hire 45 additional wage and hour inspectors to meet the need. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing
¿Alguna
none,
pregunta?
thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por su testimonio, Alida.
All right, we're going to move down to Carla Esquivel.
Carla Esquivel, su turno.
She can unmute and she can begin our testimony.
Si prende su micrófono, puede empezar su testimonio.
¿Sí me escucha?
Yes, can you hear me?
Ya,
Sí, la escuchamos.
sí. Denme un minuto, perdón. Ya. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel. Estimados copresidentes y miembros del comité, doy mi testimonio a favor del proyecto de ley HB 5854, una ley para aumentar el número de investigadores de robo de salario en el Departamento de Trabajo. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel, vivo en Stanford desde hace 15 años. Tengo 2 niñas y soy líder de Nosotras, una organización que lucha por los derechos de las trabajadoras inmigrantes en Stanford. Mi testimonio es a favor del proyecto de ley HB 5854 para hacer valer los derechos humanos de las y los trabajadores. He sufrido en carne propia la explotación laboral. Mi infancia fue terrible porque mi mamá se quedó viuda cuando yo tenía 15 años. Entonces era una mujer que siempre luchó por nosotras. En Guatemala nunca carecíamos de comida o de techo, pero de alguna forma siempre había limitaciones y no era que mi mamá no trabajara, porque siempre trabajó. Mi mamá trabajaba limpiando casas, siempre trabajaba para familias norteamericanas, que eran managers de compañías farmacéuticas como Pfizer en Guatemala. Una de estas familias me trajo a los Estados Unidos para trabajar cuidando a una niña. Yo tenía 17 años. No conocía a nadie en los Estados Unidos. Siempre había explotación laboral. Ni a $2 la hora me pagaban. Trabajaba de 6 de la mañana a 10 de la noche. Ahora yo me dedico a educar a las trabajadoras inmigrantes sobre sus derechos. Las niñeras, las trabajadoras de limpieza, las cuidadoras de Connecticut, nos encargamos del trabajo que hace posible que todos los demás trabajos sean posibles. Mantenemos los hogares seguros y limpios, ayudamos a criar y a educar a las próximas generaciones. Apoyamos a las personas mayores y a las personas con discapacidad para vivir con dignidad. A pesar de esto, muchas sufren la pobreza, el robo de salario y la discriminación. Es urgente que el Departamento de Labor de Connecticut tenga más investigadores de robo de salario para educar a los trabajadores, educar a los empleadores y trabajar juntos para garantizar que ganemos los salarios que merecemos. Quisiera cambiar las leyes para asegurarme que mi historia no se repita. Somos miles y miles en este estado que experimentan la esclavitud moderna. Todos merecemos trabajar y vivir con dignidad y con seguridad. Y esta legislación garantiza que nadie se quede por fuera. Hagamos conciencia y contemos nuestra historia para que sea escuchada. Somos personas esenciales y debemos tener igualdad. Gracias.
Dear co-chairs and committee members, my name is Carla Esquivel. I have lived in Stamford for 15 years. I have 2 girls and I am a leader of Nosotras, an organization that fights for the rights of immigrant workers in Stamford. We are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. My testimony is in favor of Bill 5854 to assert the human rights of workers. I have suffered in my own flesh labor exploitation. My childhood was terrible because my mom became a widow when I was 15 years old. From then on, she was a woman who always fought for our future. In Guatemala, we never lacked food or a roof, but somehow there were always limitations, and it wasn't that my mom didn't work because she always worked. My mom worked cleaning houses. She always worked for North American families who were managers of pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer and Budget in Guatemala. One of these families brought me to the United States to work as a nanny. I was 17 years old. I didn't know anyone in the United States. There was always labor exploitation. They didn't even pay me $2 an hour. I worked from 6 in the morning to 10 at night. Now I am dedicated to educating immigrant workers about their rights. Connecticut nannies, cleaners, and caregivers take on the work that makes all other jobs possible. We keep homes safe and clean, help raise and educate the next generation, and support seniors and people with disabilities to live with dignity. Despite this, many experience poverty, wage theft, and discrimination. There is an urgent need for the Connecticut Department of Labor to have more wage theft investigators to educate workers, educate employers, and work together to ensure we earn the wages we deserve. I would like to change the laws to make sure my history does not repeat itself. We are thousands and thousands in the state experiencing modern-day slavery. We all deserve to work and live in safety and dignity, and the legislation ensures that no one is left behind. Let's raise awareness and tell our story so it can be heard. We are essential people and we must have equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Ninguna pregunta. Gracias por su testimonio, Carla.
Gracias.
All right, we're gonna move over to Lena. They may unmute the mic and have the floor. Costanza, could you? Oh, yep, go ahead.
Yes, sorry. Lina, es su turno. Ahí está.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Lina Segura, soy residente de Bridgeport. Soy miembro de ULA, Unidad Latina en Acción, y Conérico for Ad. Buenas tardes. Estimados copresidentes y miembros del comité, doy mi testimonio a favor del proyecto de ley HB 5384, una ley para aumentar el número de investigadores de robo de salarios en el Departamento de Trabajo. Muchas gracias por prestar atención sobre mi testimonio de la importancia de combatir el robo de salarios, ya que es un tema de derechos humanos. Vivo en Bridgeport, estado de Connecticut, desde hace 2 años, pagando mis taxes como cualquier ciudadano. Soy madre de familia. Hoy estoy aquí no solo por mí, sino representando a varios miembros de nuestro grupo llamado Unidad Latina en Acción. Es hora de cambios. Mi esposo y yo somos víctimas de robo salarial y de esclavitud moderna. Nuestras jornadas de trabajo eran la mayoría de veces de 12 horas al día y cada semana le pedíamos a nuestro patrón que nos pagara y nos tenía de semana en semana. En la actualidad suman miles de dólares que no van a ser pagos. Reportamos estos atropellos al Departamento de Labor y después de tantos meses el investigador no pudo encontrar una dirección y la triste noticia es que nos van a cerrar el caso.
por falta de una dirección y que no le pueden encontrar a este mal empleado, ya que nos ha robado la dignidad, el pan y el pan diario a nuestra familia. Por mi familia y todas las familias, que son aproximadamente 6, las que estamos en el mismo caso, es hora de un cambio por amor a la vida. Merecemos ser atendidos de una manera digna como seres humanos. Es urgente que el Departamento de Labor de Conérico tenga más inspectores de robo de salarios para educar a los trabajadores, sancionar y educar a los empleadores y trabajar juntos para garantizar que ganemos los salarios que merecemos. Muchas gracias. Lina Segura de Brisbane.
Dear co-chairs and committee members, I am testifying in support of the bill HB 5384, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. Thank you very much for paying attention to my testimony on the importance of combating wage theft. It is a human rights issue. I have been living in Bridgeport, Connecticut for 4 years, paying my taxes like any other citizen. I am a worker. I am a mother of a family. Today, I am here not only for myself, but representing several members of our organization called Unidad Latina en Acción. It is time for change. My husband and I are victims of wage theft and modern-day slavery. Our work days were all, for most of the time, 12 hours a day, and every week we asked our employer to pay us, and he had us from week to week. And now it adds up to thousands of dollars that are not going to be paid. We reported these outrages to the Department of Labor, and after so many months, the investigator cannot find a solution. And the sad news is that they are going to close our case for lack of address, and that they cannot find this bad employer who has stolen our dignity and the daily bread of our family. For my family and all of the families of the other 6 people who are in the same case, it is time for a change for the love of life. We deserve to be cared for in a dignified manner as human beings. It is urgent that the Connecticut Department of Labor have more wage theft inspectors to educate workers, to sanction and educate employers, and to work together to ensure that we earn the wages we deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Gracias. No hay ninguna pregunta. Gracias, Lina, por su testimonio.
All right, we're gonna move over to Bella Velasquez. They may unmute their mic and testify.
Bella, es su turno. Si puede prender su micrófono.
Sí, muy buenas.
Buenas. Adelante.
Se me escucha bien, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Ok. Estimados presidentes y miembros del comité, mi nombre es Bella Vázquez Jiménez y vivo en New Haven. Apoyo el proyecto de ley HB 5384 para combatir el robo de salarios en Conérico. Soy parte de la Unidad Latina en Acción, que tiene aproximadamente 1,800 miembros en esta organización. Lucha por los derechos de los trabajadores inmigrantes. También soy integrante de Conérico para Todos, una red de organizaciones de lucha por un futuro mejor para Conérico. Llevo trabajando en construcción desde aproximadamente 6 años. Hace 2 años, un contratista abusó laboralmente de mí y de 20 compañeros más. Durante todo este tiempo que trabajamos con él, nunca nos pagó horas extras y algunos de nosotros trabajamos de 60 a 73 horas por semana. Además de eso, nos dejó de pagar las últimas semanas y me trabajando. Él nos hizo firmar a mí y a mis compañeros un documento donde nos hacía a nosotros trabajadores independientes, pero eso no lo sabíamos nosotros. Me quedé sin trabajo en la época de invierno y es aún más difícil para nosotros, los trabajadores inmigrantes, conseguir un trabajo. Soy madre soltera y tengo que sostener a mis 2 hijos menores de edad que dependen de mí. Como no recibí un pago por varias semanas y no trabajé por un tiempo, tuve que pedir prestado con intereses muy altos que hasta la fecha aún sigo pagando. No es justo que los empleadores nos roben de una manera tan cínica y que las autoridades no hagan nada. Yo fui al Departamento de Trabajo en Handen a someter la denuncia y me dijeron que no la tomaron porque no tengo el seguro social. Dicho empleado del Departamento de Trabajo estaba equivocado. Y los trabajadores inmigrantes sí tenemos derechos. Nosotros trabajamos y pagamos impuestos, al igual que todos los empleadores que roban a sus empleados son unos criminales que deben ser tratados como tal. Espero que puedan aumentar más los investigadores para el Departamento de Trabajo y ofrezcan entrenamiento a los actuales funcionarios para que sepan atender todos los trabajos sin importar sus estatus migratorio. Ya basta de injusticias y de la explotación moderna, porque eso es lo que vivimos como trabajadores. Hoy es un cambio real para los trabajadores. Por favor, apoyen la ley HB 5384. Estoy dispuesta a tomar cualquier pregunta que puedan tener. Muchísimas gracias y por escucharnos.
My name is Bela Berta Vasquez Jimenez, and I live in New Haven. I support the bill HB 5384 to combat wage theft in Connecticut. I am part of Unidad Latina en Acción, which has approximately 1,800 members in the state. Our organization fights for the rights of immigrant workers. We are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I have been working in construction for about 6 years. 2 years ago, a contractor abused me and 20 other workers. During the whole time we worked with him, he never paid us overtime, and some of us worked 60 to 73 hours per week. On top of that, he stopped paying us the final weeks. Also, while we were working, he made me and my coworkers sign a document classifying us as independent workers, but we didn't know that. I became unemployed in the winter season, and it is even more difficult for us immigrant workers to get a job. I am a single mother, and I have to support my 2 minor children who depend on me. Since I did not get paid for several weeks and I did not work for a while, I had to ask for a loan with a very high interest that I am still paying today. It is not fair that the employers steal from us in such a cynical way and that the authorities do nothing. I went to the Department of Labor in Hamden to file a complaint, and they told me that they would not take it because I did not have a Social Security number. This Labor Department employee was wrong. We immigrant workers have rights. We work and we pay taxes just like everyone else. Employers who steal from their employees are criminals and should be treated as such. I hope they can increase the number of investigators in the Labor Department and offer training to the current Labor Department staff so that they know how to take care of all workers, regardless of their immigration status. This is personal to me. We who are at the bottom, our voices are not being heard. Without you, we are powerless. The bosses think they can do whatever they want with us. For an entire year, I didn't have enough food. Enough is enough. We live for a better future. I understand we are many, but please put yourselves in our shoes. As mothers, as fathers, support us. I hope that the Department of Labor will quickly expedite our complaint. Enough of injustice and modern exploitation, because that is what we live with as workers. Today you can make real change for workers. Please support HB 5384. I am willing to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Representative Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. So, question, how are you paid? Are you paid by cash for your work?
Es una pregunta del representante Acker. Pregunta Bela que cómo te pagan, si te pagan con efectivo. Bela, ¿estás ahí?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Que cómo te pagan, si te pagan con efectivo. O de otra forma.
Bueno, en ese entonces nos pagaba con cheque
y algunas veces nos pagaban en cash.
At that time with that job, we were paid with checks and sometimes we were paid with cash.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gracias por su pregunta.
A
Por su
ustedes.
respuesta.
Seeing any more questions, thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por su testimonio, Bella.
We're gonna move over to Elza Montero. They can unmute their mic and they can have the floor to testify.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Elsa Montero. I'm with Connecticut Workers Center in Bridgeport, and I'm in favor of the HB 5384. And I'm in favor of that because I am an immigrant I came here to the United States when I was 7. And being here as an immigrant, even though my parents came here legally, I was discriminated because of my color, because of my hair, and that drove me to hide myself. And it was a bullying that I received through the years as a child here in the United States. And today I fight for immigrants because wage theft is bullying. Some of the cases that I deal with, it's heartbreaking where people are, they're obligated to work 60, 70, 80 hours. And if they don't, the employers are saying that they're not going to have a job. And the fear is huge, especially in the Portuguese speaking community. And that's where I deal with because I'm the worker leader and the community organizer for Connecticut Worker Center for the Portuguese. And a lot of the Portuguese speaking don't come forward because they're afraid. So Connecticut Worker was having an issue with the Portuguese speaking community. They were getting a flux of these people, but it was hard to communicate, even with Google Translate. And that's when I came into the picture. And some of these stories are heartbreaking, what these employers do. Some of them pay them, some of them are getting paid $10 an hour, and they're working 70, 80 hours a day, double shifts, and they're not getting that overtime. And the employers are also deducting, saying, we're going to deduct 15% for your taxes. But then at the end of the year, they're giving them for them to file their taxes for the total amount that they pay them. And that's unjust. And that's what I'm fighting because we need more inspectors to be able to go out there. And that the only way we're going to fight this is if there's investigation. And if there isn't enough inspectors, we can't fight this. We at Connecticut Worker Center, we can only direct and we can instruct, we can teach, and we can say this is what we need to do, but we can't investigate. We can't do that. Only the Labor Department can do that. So with that, I support that bill, the bill HB 5384. And this is modern slavery, and we shouldn't allow this to happen. Doesn't matter whether they're undocumented or not. It's human slavery, modern slavery, and it just needs to be done differently. It needs to be looked at it a little more. And I also encourage, if you can, because I am dealing with the Portuguese community, that we find someone that has that language, the Portuguese, because the Portuguese are more afraid to say anything. And some of them did not open up to Connecticut Worker Center, even though they knew they were going to help them. But when I came into the picture, knowing that I speak their language, I understand them, and I know where they're coming from, they were more open to speak and to say what's happening and to move forward. So having
Ms. Montero,
inspectors.
your
Yes.
time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, so I just want to say that if you can look and find inspectors that speak Portuguese, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for listening to me, and God bless.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're gonna move down to Michael Berry.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Wilson, Representative Ackert, and Representative Belton. It's a pleasure to be before you this afternoon. I am a lifelong resident of Manchester. I am also a retired probation officer, and I'm the coordinator of the Connecticut Coalition for Retirement Security. I'm here today to talk about two bills very quickly. The first bill is House Bill 5388. That's an act concerning hazardous pensions for certain judicial employees. As a 26-year judicial employee, I worked very closely with the public defender investigators. They do in-depth home visits with challenging clients, and I believe they should qualify for hazardous duty pensions. And things like ballistic vests, pepper spray, and other safety procedures can be collectively bargained with management as part of their contracts. And I thank you very much for bringing up that bill. The second bill I'd like to testify on is HJ 215, a resolution memorializing Congress to repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provision. With my job, they took out Social Security, so I'm personally not affected by WEP GPO, but many of my fellow colleagues and retirees, especially teachers and firefighters, are. I was a teacher for 1 year, and I can tell you from experience how challenging that job was. I decided to switch careers after that 1 year. When I said goodbye to my colleagues in June, and I asked them about their summer plans, I was amazed that even veteran teachers were planning on working all summer, doing jobs like waiting tables, doing construction, painting houses, working security, and the like. If those teachers finished their careers as retirees and collected a teacher's pension, which I didn't, they will not get credit for most of the Social Security they paid in from their jobs. Similarly, many people go into teaching as a second career. If they, for instance, work 20 years as an accountant, then went into teaching and stay long enough to collect a teacher's pension, they will lose most of their Social Security benefits from their previous career because their teacher pension is somehow considered a windfall. The government pension offset affects a retiree's ability to collect their spouse's survivor benefits. The GPO law requires a person's spouse, widow, or widower benefit to be offset by the dollar amount of the non-covered non-Social Security retirement benefit. These reductions in benefits usually result in the surviving spouse receiving no benefits at all. My colleagues at the Connecticut Alliance for Retired Americans have been leading the way in awareness of WEP GPO, and there are bills in the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House which support repeal. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on House HJ 215 and House Bill 5388. Thank you for your service and your leadership. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have it.
Representative Acker.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I'm going to jump to the 5388. How would that change their pensions now in terms of this will make a change in their classification and pensions, having that designation? How does that change from what they currently get now?
I'm a hazardous duty retiree. So before my generation was 20 years and out. It's since been bargained to 25 years and out.
Right.
So it would change the age they would retire in. They could retire as long as they've reached, I believe it's 50 years old with over 25 years in. I don't
Yeah.
believe you can retire before 50 anymore.
Yeah, I think they changed the whole number thing. So this would be adding them to the list though, correct?
Yes.
So if we're adding them to the list that is 25 years, what is it now for them? Is it 25?
No, it would be age.
It would be
They
age.
would just work until retirement age, and I believe we raised that to 63.
Okay, so so that's what I'm getting at. What does it benefit them? You went from 20 to 25. It's standard age, like my retirement at 80. So hope I can retire at 80. And so this would move them to similar state police officers or others in the Department of Corrections, things like that. And what is their exposure?
They do home visits with no, they don't have any weapons. They, like parole, I believe, carries weapons. I know probation we had pepper spray. We could get fitted for a vest, things like that. And they do go into homes everywhere, doing very in-depth, very personal interviews with people. And it's, they're certainly at risk and vulnerable.
And do you know what the workforce is? How many approximately?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
All right, next we're gonna call on Tammy Gawash.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to give testimony urging your support for HJ 215, the resolution memorializing Congress to repeal the government pension offset and the windfall elimination provision. My name is Tammy Gawash. I'm a resident of the town of Summers and also the executive director of ARTC, the Association of Retired Teachers of Connecticut. As the executive director of ARTC, I would like to tell you that daily I receive phone calls or emails from people who are affected by the weapon GPO. They tell me how it is so difficult for them to pay their bills, or that they have lost their houses they've lived in their whole lives, or they worry every day about their future. These are people who should be able to pay their bills and live without fear if they receive the benefits that they have earned from the Social Security system they paid into. It is painful to listen to their anguish. I am one of those people, but I'm not of retirement age yet for Social Security. But due to time, I will not give my personal story. That is in my written testimony, but it will be very similar to the stories you have already heard from Mary and Nancy and other retirees. I would just like to say I only found out about this as an executive director of ARTC. You hear about it, but you never fully hear of how much it's going to affect you when you retire. Many people only find out about this horrible law after they're looking into their retirement. It is not fully explained as to how a person will be affected when you are starting your career. As teachers, we could not pay into Social Security. So that is not what we are asking to receive benefits for. We are asking for the benefits which we have paid into while working other jobs, where ourselves and employers have paid into Social Security taxes. I don't understand how these unfair penalties can continue. We are not asking for new or increased benefits. We are asking for benefits that have already been earned and paid for. I implore you to please pass the resolution supporting the repeal of these unjust penalties. This is only one small step because this is a national law that you cannot change, but it is a meaningful step for Connecticut. The added attention of our state General Assembly support communicated to leadership in Washington may be the spark that moves this issue in Congress. I also hope as our legislators that you will show your support for the weapon GPO repeal, and you will try to get your other colleagues to see that it is something unfair for these people who are affected by it. Many people say there is no pay to repeal the weapon GPO, but it is paid for and has been for 40 years. These are all people who are getting taxes taken out of their hard-earned wages for Social Security, but they did not receive the benefits back like every other person in retirement. That is unfair and must be corrected. Thank you for your consideration. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we're gonna call on Meg Lyon.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for having me. My name is Megan Lyon, and I am the CTLA Workers' Comp Chairperson. I'm here today to testify on behalf of Raised Bill 5386. This is a bill that's raised in order to seek a notice of the objection, discontinuation, or reduction of prescription medication through the workers' comp claim. So throughout the workers' compensation procedure mechanism, there are safeguards in place to protect injured employees from having their benefits unilaterally discontinued. So in the event that an insurance carrier or an employer wishes to discontinue indemnity benefits or wage replacement benefits, they must follow a certain protocol by issuing what's called a Form 36. Once this Form 36 is submitted, it provides notice of their intent to reduce the benefits, as well as also require that the injured employee request a hearing if they disagree with that decision. The Form 36 process is important because it makes it mandatory that the administrative law judge approve of that discontinuation, which requires evidence and proof in order to discontinue the benefit. I'm asking that the Form 36 bill, the Form 36 procedure also be incorporated to reduce or discontinue prescription medication as well. All too often, what's happening now is that an injured worker who's been getting this prescription for an extended period of time will only find out that their prescription has been discontinued once they actually go up to the pharmacy to get their actual medication. Once there's no warning, there's no notice, and the lawyers, if they're involved, can't really do anything about it while your client is going through potential withdrawal symptoms. In the event that the Form 36 is filed and required, it needs medical evidence to do that. So if it's the employee's treating physician that's recommending the discontinuation or reduction, then there would be no need to have any sort of hearing or objection. It's only if there's a dispute would that hearing be necessary. So, for example, in the event that it actually prevents an adjuster from unilaterally just discontinuing it because they don't want to pay for it anymore. So if an RME doctor or the respondent's medical evaluator says it's not necessary, they can send the Form 36, but it gives the employee the time and the means in which to litigate that issue before they have to go through this withdrawal symptoms. So it provides notice, protections, and medical evidence. Some testimony today has indicated that occasionally a Form 43 may suffice in that, but a Form 43 is just a denial of the benefit. So a judge does not have to approve of the 43 in order for that discontinuation to take place. It merely satisfies the notice requirement under the 43, but it doesn't actually incorporate the procedural safeguards required under the 36. So I know they're two separate forms and it can get confusing, but it's the procedural safeguards that we want. It's the judge's oversight in the event that it's being unilaterally discontinued with no actual medical evidence. That's the protection. So, so thank you for listening to me today. I know we've had this topic discussed quite a few times, but the way in which this one differs is this bill really separates out the issue to make its own subsection. It really draws in that there's not going to be those penalties in place or the financial penalties that are available under the wrongful discontinuation of a wage replacement. It's just its own issue with the prescriptions. So that's how this differs from the other issues in which the other times in which we've testified on this theory before. So I'm happy to answer any questions either that you may have today or in the future, and I'm here to assist in anything you may need.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go back to Sarah Ganon. You have the floor.
Great. Thank you so much, Representative, and thank you, members of the committee, for this important hearing today. My name is Sarah Ganong. I'm a Hartford resident and the State Director of Connecticut Working Families Power. We're an organization fighting for democracy where every voice matters and an economy where everyone can thrive. We're also proud members of the Connecticut Recovery for All Coalition, and you've heard from other coalition members today. I'm here today in support of two bills, the concept of universal paid sick days for all employees in Connecticut, and in support of HB 5384, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. And thanks for bringing these important issues forward. We're supportive of HB 5384 because without proper staffing at the Department of Labor, we know that our state cannot enforce labor laws to the detriment of businesses, employees, workers, and families alike. We know that wage theft can be rampant in Connecticut and impacts our residents' ability to be housed safely, take care of their families, and pay for what they need. Ensuring adequate enforcement of our existing laws is a really important first step in ensuring that these problems of inequity are addressed. Hiring the 45 additional inspectors would meet the need in our state, and we know that the state has the resources and funds to make this a reality. Enforcing wage theft is good for the state and workers in our economy and businesses as well. We know when DOL can recover unpaid wages, those workers reinvest in our communities, raising healthy families, buying groceries and other products from local businesses, enjoying leisure activities in the state, all returning money to the local economy. And we know that honest businesses who are treating their workers well only benefit when they don't have to compete against an unscrupulous employer who might be right down the street. Wage theft is robbing the government of tax revenues, resulting in cutbacks of important programs. In just 2022, we saw DOL bring back about $3.4 million to workers who experience wage theft, and we know that number can continue to grow if we invest in these additional inspectors. We're also here today in support of the idea of universal paid sick days, as we've talked about in previous public hearings. We know when Connecticut first enacted our paid sick days law in 2011, we were the first in the nation, but now unfortunately have fallen behind neighbors like New York and New Jersey. After years of a global pandemic, we need to make sure that everyone in the state can access universal paid sick time, regardless of the industry they work or how large their employer is. Also asking for updated family definition to ensure that folks who represent LGBTQ families or other types of families are able to access the care that they and their loved ones need when folks are facing illnesses or need to be absent from work or school to take care of family members. Want to make sure we're bringing our accrual and eligibility rates in line with neighboring states so workers are eligible for paid sick days as soon as possible. And happy to take any questions on either of these matters. Thanks so much for your time.
Any questions? Representative Acker.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So the bill isn't 45 new, it's having no fewer than 45 in the bill that's in front of me. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, possibly I misspoke there. Sorry, Representative.
That's okay. I was like, wow, 45, that's quite a department. They got 30 something now. So thank you very much for your testimony and your advocacy.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. We are going to move down to Nicholas Pace. Hold on, just turn on your microphone up there, button up front. Oh, nope, hit it again. All right, you've got the floor.
Good afternoon to all the distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Nick Pesh. I am a Support Enforcement Investigator for Support Enforcement Services, or SES. Support Enforcement Services is part of the Connecticut Judicial Branch Core Operations Division. We work closely with state and federal agencies to operate Connecticut Child Support Enforcement Program. My primary job duty is to execute over 1,200 child support court orders annually in communities throughout the state. On behalf of Connecticut Support Enforcement Investigators and Public Defender Investigators, I come before you today in support of House Bill 5388. Family law cases are inherently diverse, each presenting its unique challenges. Yet any case holds the potential to escalate into a high conflict engagement. Investigators devoid of legal jurisdiction or law enforcement support must possess exceptional conflict resolution skills to expertly manage stressful situations in difficult family circumstances. In the realm of divorce and child custody cases, our investigators frequently navigate high conflict scenarios. Serving court papers, a fundamental aspect of our duties, demands direct interaction with respondents, which can occur in various settings such as their home or workplaces. In some instances, the non-custodial parent being served has a violent criminal history or outstanding criminal warrant. Execution of these specific court orders is always cause for that investigator's safety. Beyond the immediate retirement benefits this bill offers to current investigators, it also holds a significance in bolstering the pool of candidates for future support enforcement services and judicial staffing needs. Attracting and retaining top-tier candidates poses a continual challenge, necessitating a delicate balance of incentives and support structures. This bill therefore not only secures the well-being of current investigators, but also fortifies the foundation of our essential services for the future. Thank you for your consideration of House Bill 5388. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Representative Acton.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and your testimony and the job that you do. Can you explain what the process, and I asked the gentleman earlier, I think he got to it, that your retirement is typically you get employed and you get to a point where you can retire,
Correct.
right? And this would change it to be similar to, as we mentioned, state police type of,
Correct.
or other state has Department of Corrections, similar to that?
Correct.
What is, may I ask how long you've been doing it?
5 years for me in this current position.
Oh, 5, okay, okay. So you're a state employee, correct?
Correct. I've been a state employee for 18 years now.
Okay, okay,
So I transferred over to this position 2019
okay. From,
from the Judicial Marshal Services.
okay, and that was also state.
That was hazardous duty at the time.
So the
this current
marshals
position
are
is-
hazardous duty?
Yes.
What's the difference? Do you mind?
Judicial marshals,
Yeah,
they work in the courthouses.
yep,
They deal with inmates, they deal with arraignments, they deal with people dealing with the public.
yep.
Semi-quasi powers of arrest with the judicial marshals or under their control. But they always have to contact the state police to get them in to actually do the physical powers of arrest paperwork.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to move down to Sandra Bove. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for giving me, Sandra Bove, this opportunity to give testimony urging Connecticut legislators' support for HJ 215, a resolution memorializing Congress to repeal the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset. I am a retired public school educator from Killingly, Connecticut. My earned Social Security benefits have been drastically reduced because of the unfair WEP GPO federal laws. I, along with others affected by these laws, we're not asking for anything beyond what we paid for, but we are asking for what we earned. Over the years, while teaching in public schools and raising my family, I found it financially necessary to take on various part-time jobs in addition to teaching. Following my retirement from Killingly Public Schools, I continued part-time employment in the education profession. I joined the faculty of Eastern Connecticut State University in the education department. Social Security tax was regularly taken out of my earnings. As you can see, I contributed to Social Security most of my working years, yet my earned benefits are penalized because of the GPO laws. Because my teaching career was in the state of Connecticut, I received approximately 1/3 of the Social Security earned benefits. Unfortunately, I lost my husband about 12 years ago. I am also not entitled to Social Security survivor benefits because of the federal government's GPO law. Other than $250 towards his funeral expenses, I received nothing from Social Security for all the years that he worked and paid into Social Security. I'm grateful to you for recognizing the impact that WEP GPO laws have on our public educators. As you know, they also affect the state's economy. If I and everyone else affected had more money to spend in Connecticut, it would put more dollars in the state's economy. In addition, WEP GPO affects potential candidates who may consider joining the education profession in Connecticut. For example, a chemist or any other professionals who would like to become a teacher think twice before switching professions because of losing much of their already earned Social Security benefits. This is not helping Connecticut's teacher shortages, and the profession itself. I urge you to support HJ 215. The state support for this repeal in Washington is especially important to all in Connecticut whose pensions are negatively impacted by the unfair GPO laws. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to move down next to Ivan Ibar. Go ahead and unmute, and you have the floor.
Iván, por favor, enciende tu micrófono y puedes dar tu testimonio.
Buenas tardes, senadora Kuchner, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Me llamo Iván Antonio Abarca, soy miembro del Centro de Trabajadoras de Connecticut y también de la coalición de Connecticut para todos. Vivo en Bridgeport y estoy aquí para testificar en apoyo a HB 5384, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salario y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. He sido víctima de robo de salario. Un empleador me contrató para hacer trabajos de pintura y carpintería y no me pagó. Estaba muy frustrado y no sabía qué hacer. Pedí ayuda a la policía y me remitieron al Departamento de Trabajo. Con la ayuda de Connecticut Worker Center, presentamos una denuncia ante el Departamento de Trabajo. Tenía miedo a las represalias y a tener que hablar con una agencia gubernamental. Afortunadamente tuve un investigador que hablaba mi idioma, pero no son muchos los investigadores que hablan español. No me imagino cómo hubiese sido de difícil si tenía que comunicarme por medio de intérpretes. Él entendía mi idioma y mi cultura. Desafortunadamente el empleador no cumplió, no me pagó y hasta hoy día todavía me debe más de $1,500. El caso fue remitido a la oficina del fiscal general de Connecticut, donde el empleador pagó las multas, pero no me pagó lo que me debía. Proseguí con el caso en corte y el juez falló a favor. Mi empleador estaba supuesto a darme 35 por semana, pero igual el empleador nunca apareció y no me pagó. Tengo una familia que mantener, una bebé y un alquiler que pagar. Como yo conozco a muchos trabajadores que pasan por las mismas circunstancias que yo y no hacen nada por miedo a ser deportados o porque piensan que no serán escuchados. Si tenemos la oportunidad de contar con más trabajadores que entiendan nuestra cultura y comprendan nuestro idioma, podemos tener más confianza en estas agencias y exigir nuestros derechos. En esta sesión usted puede hacer un cambio real para los trabajadores. Por favor, apoye el HB 5384. Muchas gracias por su atención y su tiempo. Atentamente, Iván.
Good afternoon, Senator Kirchner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Ivan Antonio Abarca. I'm a member of the Connecticut Worker Center and also a member of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 5384, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. I have been a victim of wage theft. An employer hired me to do painting and carpentry work and did not pay me. I was very frustrated and did not know what to do. I asked the police for help and they referred me to the Department of Labor. With the help of the Connecticut Worker Center, we filed a complaint with the Department of Labor. I was afraid of retaliation and having to talk to a government agency. Fortunately, I had an inspector who spoke my language, but not many inspectors speak Spanish. I can imagine how difficult it would have been if I had to communicate through interpreters. He understood my language and my culture. Unfortunately, the employer did not comply, did not pay me, and to this day still owes me more than $1,500. The case was referred to the Connecticut Attorney General office, where the employer paid the fines but did not pay me what he owed me. I pursued the case in court, and the judge ruled in my favor. My employer was supposed to give me $35 per week, but still the employer never showed up and did not pay me. I have a family to support, a baby, and a rent to pay. Like me, I know many workers who go through the same circumstances as me and do nothing for fear of being deported or because they think they will not be heard. If we have the opportunity to have more inspectors who understand our culture and understand our language, we can have more confidence in these agencies and demand our rights. In this session, you can make a real change for workers. Please support HB 5384. Thank you very much for your attention and your time. Sincerely yours, Ivan Abarca Blanco.
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for their testimony. We're going to move down to Douglas Cahill.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. You've got the floor.
All right.
Pardon me, I thought 47 would go before me. Am I up next?
Nope, we've got Douglas first and then you. So
Okay,
Douglas-
great. I'll be ready. Thank you.
I'll start again. I'll try to keep this brief because everybody said a lot of the same things I'm about to say. Let me get my video on. Again, good morning, Senators Kushner and Sampson, Representatives Sanchez and Weir, members of the committee. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to offer my input on what is a very important issue to my family. My name is Douglas Cahill. I reside in Glastonbury, and I'm here to urge you to support HJ number 215, the resolution memorializing Congress to repeal the WEP and the GPO. My wife, Linda, who's a retired library media specialist from the Bristol school system, and I have been advocating for the repeal of WEP and GPO for years. Our efforts have taken on a new sense of urgency recently, and please allow me to explain why. 2 months ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Under the current Social Security system, Linda will not be able to assume the Social Security benefits that I have accrued should I die before her. This is contrary to the regulations, obviously, that apply to other married couples who have not served in the public sector. I've worked and contributed to Social Security since I was 14 years old, beginning with a stint in the tobacco fields of Connecticut. As a result of my contributions of nearly 55 years, I currently receive a payment of about $2,200 a month after Medicare and after all taxes are taken out. Linda worked in the private sector for over 25 years prior to her 27 years as an educator. However, as a result of WEP and GPO, she's only allowed to receive a third of the amount of her accrued Social Security benefits that other non-government jobs will get. Her current Social Security benefits amount to $22 a month after all deductions, taxes, and Medicare. So it's not complicated to recognize that the loss of my benefits would present an undue financial hardship on Linda going forward. As previously mentioned, this archaic provision does not apply to people who have never served in the public sector and should be eliminated. We thank you for your support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? Representative Acker.
Just a comment. Thank you for your advocacy for this, and I wish you the best in your battle. with your diagnosis.
Well, thank you very much. And I have to give a shout out to Hartford Health, Hartford Hospital's health system, because they're doing a great job so far.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Representative Weir.
No questions, just a comment, and best of luck with your recovery and your health challenges. As a native of Glastonbury and currently have part of the town in my district, I wish you well. The name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. So have a good rest of the afternoon.
Well, as long as it doesn't appear in the police reports in Glastonbury Citizen, I'm happy.
That might be it. I was a cop for about 4 years in Glastonbury.
Ah,
that could be it.
gotcha.
Any other questions or comments?
Thanks a
Seeing none,
lot.
Thank you again and best of luck.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Leslie. You have the
Good
floor.
afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Labor Committee. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher and parent in New Haven Public Schools and a New Haven resident. I'm also the president of New Haven Federation of Teachers, Pre-K 12 Divisional Vice President for AFT Connecticut, Executive Board member of Connecticut AFL-CIO, and a member of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here today to ask you to support two bills. First, HJ 215, the resolution memorializing Congress to repeal WEP GPO. I recognize that WEP GPO repeal is not a decision that rests in your hands, but as our state elected officials, your sense of urgency and your commitment to this issue is needed. I represent hardworking educators in New Haven who continue to show up for our students despite challenging working conditions compounded by an ongoing educator shortage. Unfortunately, because of the current status of WEP GPO, these dedicated professionals are feeling trapped and unsupported by a federal system that has let us down. For example, one of our special education teachers in New Haven lost her husband and relies on the survivor benefits from Social Security. However, once she retires from New Haven Public Schools and collects her hard-earned teacher's pension, she will no longer be eligible to receive her husband's Social Security benefits. Due to a supposed windfall? Social Security and a teacher's pension is no windfall, I can assure you. In addition, several other educators whom I represent who chose to join us in public service as second career educators are also stuck. They're forced to choose between the Social Security benefits they earned in their private sector work and the pension they deserve as public educators in the state of Connecticut. How are we going to be able to recruit more second career educators whose life experience and expertise are an asset to our students with the dangerous and unrepealed WEP GPO still wreaking havoc on hardworking Americans who live here in Connecticut? I also support HB 5384. If you approve this bill, the Labor Department will hire more investigators to address the problem of wage theft. As a teacher and a parent of a third grader, I can tell you that our public schools suffer when families earn poverty wages. The Labor Department needs to do more education, especially with immigrant workers and their employers, to stop the widespread practice of underpaying workers, which happens daily in kitchens, construction sites, and janitor companies, to name just a few. While we don't collect data on the immigrant status of our students, we know that 1 in 5 students in NHPS is a multilingual learner. My daughter's classmates are the newcomer students, recently arrived migrants who speak Spanish, Pashto, Arabic, and other languages. Often their parents are cheated out of the most basic right, the right to earn the minimum wage and overtime. HB 5383 will help us address the extreme poverty and inequality that hurts our public schools and our neighborhoods. This will help our students, their families, and our school system. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer questions about WEP GPO repeal and or the need to hire more wage theft investigators.
Any questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Leslie, for your testimony. As a daughter of a public school teacher and a mom who, definitely had to forego. Do you think that this change, this resolution and Congress to repeal that pension offset will result in the teaching profession being able to attract more teachers?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Those who are in the know, who know that their Social Security benefits are threatened by coming on as a second career teacher, are definitely hesitant to join us. So I think by federal repeal, we are in a better position to recruit second career educators. And of course, we welcome new early career educators, but let's be real, the life experience of second career folks is needed and welcome in our public schools right now.
And if I may, just one other question about increasing the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. You mentioned that your child is in a very multilingual, multicultural class and community. Do you happen to know how many of the wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department speak those languages?
That's a good question. I do not know. I would probably guess that some speak Spanish and very few speak Pashto and Arabic. That is a educated guess, but I would have to do some more research to get the definite answer.
I'd be interested in hearing that from the Department of Labor. I believe there's only one that currently is speaking Spanish.
Oh, wow.
We need a lot more, as you say, to enforce just the minimum wage requirements, which so much impact our economic, our community, and our children's well-being.
Can I add one thing related to that, Representative? I think, last year, the General Assembly passed the English Language Learners Bill of Rights, which guarantees that our students have access to supportive services that help them when they want to speak in their first language. Absolutely, the Labor Department should provide those same supports to vulnerable workers in the state. So I'm glad that you're bringing language justice into the frame here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next we have Jose Tosano. Are you in the room? All right. Hit the button for your microphone and you have the floor. Hit the button on the microphone first. On the pad. There you go.
Thank you all for taking the time to listen to us on this Bill 5388. My name is Jose Tolosano. I am from Rocky Hill, Connecticut. I've been working for Support Enforcement Division for about 35 years now. And the reason we're asking for this bill to be listened to is my job-related duties have changed dramatically. We've been issued a bulletproof vest about 20 years ago, and no hazardous compensation for it. My job-related duties are to locate dads and moms that do not pay child support and family issues and subpoenas, et cetera, et cetera. We are independently, so we go on ourselves. We don't have no communication. We don't have a radio. We don't communicate with another partner or a colleague. The PDs have communication with the radios and they can show up a lot faster. There's some areas that we show up to that there's no communication at all. There's no phone service. There's basically it's just us and what we have learned in all the years that we've been there. I'm a little bit nervous about this. I don't do too well speaking in front of everybody, but I apologize. If you could bear with me, I'll be glad to explain the best that I can. As I say, we deal with quite a bit of criminal individuals. And why I say that is the parties that we deal with, 80% of those parties that we deal with either have a conviction of murder, assault, rape. I personally been spit on, just got back from workman's comp, had some back surgery on situations that occurred at a courthouse. This incident didn't occur while I was out in the field. We get threatened a lot. I've been spit on. I've been pushed down the stairs. There's all documentation that judicial system has for us. They also have been arrested, and I've been to testify in court. The latest one was Norwich, the gentleman that spit on me, and I'm still dealing with that case and going through different tests for HIV and et cetera, because as I was explained, it takes a little procedure to find out if there was any diseases involved. Besides that, the public defenders that we deal with, we are always in cahoots with each other. So we communicate with each other. They deal with the same procedure that we do. We're independently, we go out, we investigate, we bring back the information to the court. The problem that judicial system has to understand is that we have to touch the individually bodily when he refuses to accept the service that we're trying to provide that individual with. So if you say, oh, I'm not touching that paper, My job is to reach over, touch you with the paper, and then if he lets it go, he's been served. The magistrate or the judges go forward with the matter. Not too many people want you to reach out arm's length and touch them and say, hey, listen, you've been served. There's multiple incidents that I had just by that procedure there, reaching out to touch somebody. And next thing you know, we're scuffling all over the place because he felt that he shouldn't have been touched. And there's multiple, I could keep going on and on and on, but I would really appreciate that if you guys could take the time to take a good look at this bill for us. And I would highly appreciate some feedback from you guys on what can be done if they issued us a bulletproof vest 20 years ago. I mean, they literally gave us a bulletproof vest and said, here you go, you're on the field. And this is where we stand at today. And I'd be glad to ask any questions.
All right, any questions? Representative Ackerman.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony and the job that you do. You said you've been doing this job for 35 years?
Yes.
So is like retirement coming up soon for you?
No, retirement's not coming up soon. I still got a lot of energy in me.
Good for you. Good
Yes.
for you. All right. Appreciate you and your advocacy for this. What was the premises for them saying, hey, you know, we're going to start giving you guys bulletproof vests?
Well, it started back when the gang violence was going, and that's when it really started around that time. You had the Salitos, the Latin Kings, and everybody. So we started running into difficulties everywhere we went. And then they decided to give us a bulletproof vest. And I've been carrying that bulletproof vest now for a good 20 years or so. And I've used my bulletproof vest every single day that I hop in my vehicle and I start doing my services.
And so this is my first, I've been here a while, but my first term on the Labor Committee. This is my second year. Is this the first time this has come up?
No, actually, my dad, which is late Representative Richard Tulisano, was a bill that was initiated a way back. And it was quite a bit of different parties that were in the bill. So there was over 260 people applying for hazardous duty at the time, when now it's just like maybe 12 of us and then 12 of the public defenders. So I figure it's a little bit less of people that are applying for hazardous duty. I figured something we could give it a whirl at. But yes, there was a bill prior to this about 20 years ago.
Okay. Probably when they gave out the vest.
Yes, we got the vest, yes.
Thank you for your testimony. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Representative Accarino.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for your testimony. And I'm just educate me a little here. So do you work for the judicial branch?
Yes, I work for the Judicial Marshal. I used to work for them, so that's why I say that. But I work for Support Enforcement Division, Judicial Department.
So the state of Connecticut.
For the state of Connecticut,
And then
yes,
you
sir.
obviously get every other benefit, but what you're asking for is a hazard of duty added onto your pension.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It's what the bill is, what I'm reading the bill is a hazard of duty for your pension.
Yes.
Okay, that's logical. That's what I thought. I wanted to clarify for myself. I was in and out all day today.
Yes, sir.
And so that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want a clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you for
testimony.
hearing us out. Thank you very much.
We're going to go back to number 24. We're going to go back to Jenny. And I'm going to ask, I believe, the interpreter to translate for Jenny.
Hola, Jenny, yo me llamo Lourdes, yo soy la intérprete. Estoy aquí para ayudarte hoy. Si por favor puede decir. Oh.
Hola, sí, buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan?
Go ahead. Mr. Sierra, you can continue.
Jenny, ¿usted puede hablar ya? Sí, se te escucha.
Sí, sí. Ok. Estaba esperando. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Jenny Cornejo, miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción. Resido en East Haven y doy testimonio en apoyo de la ley HB 5384. Estimada senadora Kosher, representante Sánchez y miembros del Comité de Trabajo y Empleados Públicos. Como dije, soy Jenny Cornejo y vivo en East Haven. Apoyo el proyecto de ley HB 5384 para combatir el robo de salarios en Connecticut. Soy miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción, que tiene alrededor de 1,800 miembros alrededor del estado. Nuestra organización ayuda a la gente, a los trabajadores migrantes, cuando son víctimas de robo de salario, acoso sexual, lesiones y otras violaciones en los derechos humanos en el lugar de trabajo. He sido testigo de muchos casos de robo salarial y es muy frustrante ver este tipo de casos de personas trabajadoras que su única misión de la vida es llevar el pan diario y pagar el techo para su familia. Lamentablemente, nuestra comunidad migrante es la más afectada, intimidados con frases: te voy a llamar a la policía, te llamaré a migración para que te deporten. Eres ilegal y maldito migrante. Aprende a hablar inglés. Son situaciones que se viven a diario y se vuelven a repetir por su situación migratoria. Un día acompañé a un amigo a cobrar un cheque por 40 horas. El contratista no le pagó. Le dijo que no tenía y que volviera el próximo mes. Mi amigo manifestó que necesitaba el dinero para cubrir sus necesidades personales. El señor dijo, en vez de darle el dinero, ingresó a la casa y sacó una pistola y dijo: vete indocumentado, te llamaré a la policía porque invades a mi casa. Él fue a poner su reclamo en el Departamento de Labor en el año 2021 y hasta el momento no le ha dado solución. Por estas faltas de resoluciones, las y los trabajadores no acuden a las instituciones del Estado como el Departamento de Labor porque no protegen sus derechos. A veces tienen miedo de demandar ese tipo de actos atroces y por eso pido que se apruebe ese tipo de ley. Muchas gracias.
Dear Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, my name is Jenny Cornejo, and I live in East Haven. Please support HB 5384 to combat wage theft in Connecticut. I'm a community organizer at Unidad Latina en Acción, which has around 1,800 members around the state. Our organization assists migrant workers when they are victims of wage theft, sexual harassment, injury, or other human rights violations in the workplace. We are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I've witnessed many cases of wage theft. It is frustrating to see these types of cases of hardworking people whose only mission in life is to provide food and pay for a roof over their head for their family. Unfortunately, our migrant community is the most impacted because employers intimidate us with statements like, I'm going to call the police, I'm going to call immigration so that they can deport you. You're illegal. And damn immigrant, learn to speak English. These are situations that we experience daily and repeatedly due to our immigration status. One day, I accompanied a friend who asked for his paycheck for 40 hours of work. The contractor did not pay him, and he told him to come back the next month. My friend stated that he needed the money to cover his personal needs. The American man, instead of giving him his money, entered the house and took out his gun and said, "Get out of here, illegal immigrant. I'll call the police because you're invading my house." He went to file a complaint with the Department of Labor in 2021, and so far they have not given him a solution. Due to this lack of resolutions, workers do not go to state institutions such as the Department of Labor because their rights are not being protected. Sometimes they are afraid to report these types of atrocious acts, and for the reasons we urge you to increase staffing in the Department of Labor so that they can resolve these cases and so justice is done. because the rights of workers are inalienable. Thank you. Jenny Cornejo, East Haven.
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
No preguntas y gracias por su testimonio, Jen.
Gracias a todos ustedes.
All right, we're going to move down to James Cole. All right, next Denise Martinez. Dennis, come on down. Just hit the button up top and you have the floor.
Good afternoon, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Dennis Martinez, and I'm a retired sergeant from the Bridgeport Police Department with 25 years of law enforcement experience. For the last 2 years, I've been employed as an investigator with the State of Connecticut Support Enforcement Services Division. I'm here in support of HB 5388. The role of Support Enforcement Services Investigator is recognized by statute under Section 46B-208, is formerly 17-354A. It is a statute that protects investigators while in the commission of their duties and responsibilities and states. The Support Services Investigator of SES of the Superior Court shall, while acting within the scope of their duties as such, pursuant to matters under Section 46B-301 to 46B-425 inclusive, have the powers of service and execution of summons and orders for withholding and the conduct of investigation. It is further recognized upon application and acceptance of the position that inherent risks are associated in the day-to-day duties and responsibilities of the SNES investigator. The judicial branch acknowledges these risks with the position and lists in the job description under working conditions. Incumbents may be exposed to some risk of injury from assaultive and abusive clients. The department further acknowledges the risks associated with the position and at time of employment, provide the investigator with a badge, the words investigator, support enforcement services engraved on the badge for identification, a ballistic vest, and a flashlight to be used when carrying out the duties and responsibilities of the position. As investigators, we are acting as agents of the court to enforce an action, which for the investigator, among other things, is to serve orders, summonses issued by the court to compel individuals being served to comply with the order for appearance in court. Support enforcement services investigators work 5 days a week, and in most instances, the investigators' time is spent working alone in the field when carrying out their duties. As a result, the State of Connecticut Workers' Compensation Commission recognizes inherent risks associated with the position under Section 5-142, disability compensation, which states, or any judicial department employee sustains any injury, one, while making an arrest or in the actual performance of such police duties or guard duties or fire duties or inspection duties or prosecution or public defender or courthouse duties, or while attending or restraining an inmate of any such institution, or as a result of being assaulted in the performance of such person's duty, or while responding to an emergency or code at correctional institutions. And two, that is a direct result of the special hazards inherent in such duties, the state shall pay all necessary medical and hospital expenses that result from such injury. It goes on to state, or any judicial department employee who sustains any injury in the course and scope of such person's employment shall be paid compensation in accordance with the provisions of sections 5-143, chapter 568, except if such injury is sustained as a result of being assaulted in the performance of such person's duty. It is for this reason that I believe that the judicial branch, as well as the state, recognizes these hazards, and we should be included under HB 5388.
All right, are there any questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. It's interesting to hear all of why you are entitled under workers' comp. It makes sense, right? Can you speak to, you said you've been on the job 25 years?
I'm retired from Bridgeport.
Okay.
with 25 years. of
Yeah.
experience, correct.
So have you seen an increase in the hazard of doing this?
This position?
The investigator position, yeah,
So-
in the last couple of years, just,
Yes.
can you
So I
talk?
can tell you that we're not armed.
Mhm.
They only provide us with a badge.
Mhm.
They do provide us with a ballistic vest, depending on the areas that we're traveling into.
Mhm.
It's our discretion to utilize the vest, but I can tell you that I myself have had the police called on me, because people have either threatened me because I'm on their property, which they believe trespassing,
Mhm.
unrealizing that I'm there for a legal lawful purpose, which is to serve a court order. I've had an officer, police call on me to try to have me arrested for, trespassing. So the inherent risks associated with the position have increased because like most, I would say there isn't that respect for authority anymore the way they used to be. So when they see us without having that authority to actually enforce real action or take significant action, they just kind of become confrontational with us.
So is it your testimony, thank you, Mr. Chair, that we're just basically updating this status to meet the hazard that you're seeing out there now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Yep, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're gonna move down to Jocelyn Delancey. You have the floor.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Delancey. I am the Vice President of the Connecticut Education Association. I am also a member of the National WEP GPO Repeal Task Force. And I'm here today, one, to thank you for considering HJ 215, the repeal of windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset is critical to many, many people in the state of Connecticut. I represent over 40,000 active, aspiring, and retired teachers. We're all impacted by WEP and GPO, and I know you've heard from so many of them today telling their stories. The way I see that this WEP GPO impacts Connecticut in a few ways. Fairness, we are actually being stolen from. I pay into Social Security through my paychecks in every second job, third job that I have had since I was 14. And in 2021, I submitted 5 W-2s. Only one of them was not Social Security was taken from. And it takes 10 years to put in for Social Security. As a teacher 20 years in, now in a new space with a salary that pays into Social Security, it will take me an additional 30 years to remove the penalties. That puts me at 50 years into a job in order to remove those penalties. It's criminal. So that's the first space. Our constituents are actually being stolen from when they pay into Social Security, especially with the spousal Social Security. It's criminal. The second is an economic issue. We have about tens of thousands of retired teachers in the state of Connecticut. They are all receiving these penalties. You heard from one member today. I think she said over the past over a decade, she's lost $300,000. That's money that could be going into our economy here in Connecticut. And lastly, we can talk about recruitment and retention. I live in Stamford, so it's been a drive up here this morning, but we're right on the border of New York. Our salaries in Westchester are at least $20,000 more for our teachers. Not only that, they collect a pension and Social Security. One of my closest friends just left a job in a lower Fairfield County district for Portchester because he's 9 years in and he said, wow, I don't want to be subject to the penalties and I can make a pension and Social Security in New York. So this is a critical issue for our state. Even though you can't make the federal changes, a gesture of an endorsement of a repeal would go so far. It is a critical issue. And I think that your constituents would just feel so supported. They would feel heard. And we have never been closer in Congress to a full repeal of WEP GPO. We are just a few votes of co-sponsors away in the Senate to make this bill a reality. And I think that we could do this if you would support this resolution. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Do you know if our senators have co-sponsored it?
Yes, they have.
That's what I thought.
It
Okay,
is
great.
S 597.
Okay, great. And if we pass this as a legislature, again, it's not binding, obviously, on the federal. It's simply sending a message that we want to update, the barriers that currently exist in statute for people collecting what they earned. They've simply earned.
Yes, and I want to make our senators have co-sponsored, not all of our representatives have co-sponsored HR 82.
Okay, HR 82. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Chair.
Representative Vaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for teaching and your testimony. I do have a question. So the senators are signed on. So have you met with their federal Congress delegation to actually advocate for why this is so important? As much as we understand you, at the end of the day, they have to.
Sure. So our delegation is very supportive of a repeal of WEP and GPO. So that is very clear. There are other bills up for consideration, and especially Congressman John Larson's bill on Social Security fairness that have a repeal. It's just that I believe that that bill for Congressman Larson is critical, and he would prefer his bill over HR 82.
All right, at the end of the day, you have to get something done, hopefully.
Yeah, and honestly, I would say that this is the first step in enhancing and improving Social Security. I think that it's critical, and I think that the state of Connecticut showing a full endorsement of a repeal would go leaps and bounds in terms of inspiring and exciting the rest of our fellow states.
Thank you. One more question, Mr. Chair. What I don't understand, and forgive me, but the penalty, why such a harsh penalty?
So these penalties were established well before I was born. So I would say
way back. That's what
yeah,
it is, right? Before
right.
us. Yeah.
The understanding is that it's a windfall. It's not. We're not asking for anything that we haven't paid into. We're asking for what we've paid into, and it honestly would enhance everything from the well-being of our retirees to the economy. So I think that and I would say above anything, it's a recruitment and retention issue for our teachers, our firefighters, our police officers, other municipal workers. We are at a workforce shortage in so many spaces, and a repeal of this would help encourage others to get back into the professions.
Thank you. I think it just affects the teachers right now, but I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No,
I don't think it affects firefighters and policemen.
in Connecticut, I do believe it affects.
It does.
I've never had them complain. All right, I'm wrong then. Thank
You might hear from them now.
No, we friends with a lot. Thank you.
We had several firefighters and others
Yeah.
testify today.
Can I just say?
Yeah, some people don't. There's a lot of confusion about this issue, so we're hoping to educate a lot of people.
Yeah, I would just clarify, this is like so outdated, but back in the era when my dad entered the teaching profession, it was kind of like, this is a substantial pension. Okay. So you either take this or you take, Social Security, but you're not taking both. But that was back in the days when, in the late 60s and early 70s, when the teachers were paid, if you prorate it more effectively to the cost of living.
Yeah, and I would say this actually impacts our second career teachers more than anything else, right? If I change my career at 42 or 45, let's say, and I was in the private workforce and I paid into Social Security, and then I become an educator. I work 20 years, that puts me at 65. That's only 40% of my salary. So if I make it to max, and max in some spaces in our state is about 80,000, maybe 85,000, sometimes over 100, but that's really subject to a few districts and some of the wealthier areas. So that's putting you at a retirement of $40,000 or less, right? 40% of my math. I'm not the math teacher. Kate will be up here later, right? So, that's putting you at a significant, you're only retiring then with $40,000 or $35,000. That's not affordable. And then you lose your Social Security, especially if you're a widow or a widower. I mean, it's just, you can't survive. We have teachers who will retire into poverty. And so they stay in the profession way longer than they should. So again, an endorsement of a repeal would go so far. I think it's critical. It's bipartisan. It's not costly for you, for our state. So I think it would be tremendous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Zachary McGowan.
Good afternoon, committee chairs, ranking members, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Zachary McEwen. I am an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony before you today. I'm here to make comments on SB 328, an act concerning permanent partial disability and pension offsets. CCM supports efforts to make employees whole and provide adequate compensation when they are injured while performing work-related duties. However, SB 328 erodes the collective bargaining process and will ultimately be an unfunded mandate on towns and cities in which the cost will be passed down to property taxpayers. A lot of these provisions concerning offsets are collectively bargained in good faith between municipal employers and employees. And the changes proposed in SB 328 would circumvent that collective bargaining process after October 1st, 2024, with respect to the provisions, with these provisions. This would establish essentially a precedent that would enable future legislative action to invalidate components of a collective bargaining agreement if any stakeholder was unhappy with the agreed upon result. It's CCM's position that these offsets should be collectively bargained and resolved locally as they currently are. I'm happy to answer any questions from committee members.
Are there any questions? Representative Back.
Thank you, Zachary. Appreciate your testimony. Have you done an analysis of what you think this may cost for additional cost possibly? Have they done some type of checked with insurance companies or anything?
Yes, so I know this bill has gone out of committee in years past, and obviously on the fiscal analysis report, it's a mandate. So there's obviously a fiscal impact whenever you're prohibiting pension offsets. We have not done an analysis aggregate of how much money aggregate it would cost, although we did send out a survey or are sending out a survey very soon to all of our municipalities to get a better understanding of what municipalities are currently engaging in these pension offsets. And that'll give us a little bit better understanding of what the exposure is. But right now that survey is in process. And once we get that information, I'm happy to share that with the committee.
Yeah, that would be helpful, at least from my own judgment purposes here to, think about that. We hear that, in the analysis, fiscal analysis, what they'll say is, potential municipal costs they're not obligated to do the fiscal analysis of community. They're allowed to, they do it for the state. But yeah, if you have anything extra, that'd be great. So thank you again for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next, we have Emilio Theodoros. You are up and you have the floor.
Good afternoon, and thank you everyone for having me. So my name is Emilio Theodoratos. First of all, I'd like to thank all the individuals that have provided testimony in support of HB 5384. I too am here to provide testimony for that bill as well. The only difference between myself and everybody else, though, is that I work for the Connecticut Department of Labor. I am a wage and workplace standards unit employee. I am a wage enforcement agent. I've been doing this for 18 years. I am also a member of AFSCME Council 4 Local 269. So staffing in our division has dropped significantly in the last decade. I'd say probably about 25%, if not more. Currently, we have 21 field agents who primarily investigate claims made by workers who are improperly paid. This ranges from below minimum wage payment for hourly workers, failure to pay time and 1/2 for hours worked over 40 hours in given weeks, violations against minors in the workplace, as well as service rate and prevailing rate. We're very grateful for the newly hired over the last couple of years, 7 to 8 new individuals. However, due to retirements and attrition, we are still down over that number. So increasing our staffing levels would help reduce the backlog of claims, which is currently 8 months at this point. So these backlogs not only represent delays in workers seeking remedies, but also delays in employers understanding their responsibilities. So speed is key. It's essential. Having the ability to act promptly on a newly filed claim means we can confront the issues and prevent them from continuing. Businesses shut down frequently. In these instances, it means that employees are better served before a business closes. Their odds of recouping wages are decreased once those businesses close. So proper staffing would expand our abilities to conduct outreach and have more of a proactive approach in preventing wage and hour violations. The public sees us as those who conduct audits on businesses and bring in lost wages for employees. That's just one of the things we do. We'd like to educate employers as well. So there's an increased demand of those employers that want the DOL to educate them on exactly what their obligations are regarding employee compensation. If we had the capacity to conduct seminars to educate not only employers, but employees, I believe the number of violations could be decreased. So a more knowledgeable workplace and a business community only stands to benefit all of society. So, you know, encouraging and voting for House Bill 5384 is a win-win. I urge the committee to support this bill. Thank you. I know there's one question that was posed to an individual earlier, Representative Hughes, and we're inquiring about how many of my colleagues speak Spanish. We have 7 presently. Are there any other questions I can answer?
Representative Hughes has another one for you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I was hoping somebody could clarify that because I met one, and maybe it was just their division that there was only one, but it seems like there's a much bigger need for it. In your experience of investigating especially this backlog, can you comment on how much you think that some businesses that you say may shut down just count on getting away with underpaying of staff because they know they probably won't get caught or called to account?
I couldn't put a percentage on it. However, I know that if we have more workforce out there, it may not relate directly to lost wages being brought in, but it would work as a deterrent, similar to having police canvassing and actually being out on the streets overseeing things. So,
it's your experience that if the word got out that there was more rapid response and more taking up complaints under the backlog and that more accountability, that it would help the entire economy just pay what they owe to workers. And
without question.
Yeah. And
Without
when you
question.
say it's a win-win, it's a win-win equation, what you're talking about is that workforce that gets paid fairly what they're owed, and they put that right back into the economy. Is that part of what you're describing, or is there another win-win that we would?
No, the win-win would be one part for them, obviously. They worked hard for those wages, they earned them, they should deserve to get them. Second thing is that if we have more of us out there, we could actually combat the backlog that we have right now, so we could be more prompt in answering any future claims.
That sounds really like a good, effective way of investing some of our hard-earned state dollars. Just final thing is, I am very concerned about some of the testimony we've heard about exploiting immigrant workers and just threatening to deport them or report them, and therefore getting away with that kind of wholesale exploitation. What's your experience when you do follow up on one of those backlogs, which I understand might be kind of rare because people are afraid to report that?
It's not very rare, honestly. There is a lot of that. I've run into that on numerous times. A lot of the individuals that are here from other countries, immigrants, they might not be documented presently. We're there to still represent them. They've worked in this state, so we're there to represent them as well. They're afraid. They're afraid to enter claims in fear of being deported. It's unfortunate, but we are their voice as well. So we don't want them to be afraid. We want them to be able to come to us. So like I said, we're there for all workers. So.
And what industries do you find that most prevalent in?
I've done construction sites in the past. My specialty is restaurant businesses, and you see it quite frequently in restaurants. Also performed a lot of investigations with Stopworks in years past with salons, and those individuals too. We found that a lot of them are here undocumented, And so those individuals as well are who we represent. So we want to make sure that, you know, we are their voice and they don't fear coming to us.
And finally, if we did get to increase the number of wage and hour inspectors, would you recommend that those be multilingual to assist in this function?
It could only help.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Representative Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your time to be here. I can't thank you enough for taking time out. It's a
You're
great
welcome.
to
Thank
hear
you.
from somebody in the trenches doing the job. Do you know if there's any job openings that are unfilled at this time?
I'm not aware presently if there are. I know within the last year, we have brought on 3 new agents, wage and hour investigators. In my experience, it takes a good couple of years to get the job, you know, on their path. So you know what you're really doing. And even now, I'm here 18 years, and you know, you learn different things. So different ways to handle something. But presently, I don't believe there's any positions that are open, as far as I know.
Okay, so now the legislation calls for 45. Is that, because my concern is, you know, we come up with a number, you know, here's some legislator, because I put the bill in, one of the bills in, and
Sure.
said, oh, let's go to 45, because that was put in last year. You know, but we need 90 to do the job, or we only need 35. You know, so sometimes I want, you know, the leadership of your department to weigh in with the governor's office and request, listen, this is what we need to do. Here's the crisis that we have. You know, and it can be done from the executive branch. Somebody had mentioned that, well, yeah, but if you guys do it, it tells the executive branch what to do. So any thoughts on the magnitude? As you mentioned, education is important. We had a situation in the western part of Connecticut where a farmer or somebody that worked in, I believe, the farming world had people under 18 that he normally hires, because he just does, these young kids want to come to work, was reported by the school not having, that this person went to work but didn't have working papers, and that farm was fined pretty hefty for just trying to employ young people, not taking advantage of them, but employing them,
Right.
paying them regular. So second part to that question, you know, what's the number, or should be the number? And then are you automatically required to fine without any warning?
So I can't comment on the farm audit. I'm not aware of it. So as far as how many individuals, how many colleagues I have 20 people, individuals, employees that work in similar capacity to myself. So there's probably about 7 or 8 wage and hour investigators. And when you reach a few years in, if the position opens up for wage enforcement and we have the funding for that, you can move up to that. So when I started 18 years ago, between clerical and administrators in our unit, including the director, the assistant director, and supervisors, we had 50. Presently, there are only 21 of me, basically, and between clerical and administrators, there's another 9. So our total unit consists of 30 right now. Considerably understaffed from the 50 that we had when I started 18 years ago. So do I know an exact number as to what is the sweet spot as far as what we need? I do not know.
Well, I greatly appreciate your insight, though, and I appreciate those numbers that you just gave us. And then back to the fining components. You go to somebody, he in violation. Is there a structure for fines that's set in your oversight, the legislature or something?
My unit is legally required to assess fines anytime there is a violation. So, you know, any violations pertaining to minors is a $600 penalty. That's how severe we believe any sort of violations are per minors. As far as anybody else, the violations right now are $300 a piece. But again, we are legally required to assess them. As far as any sort of modification that can be made, that is something that I would put in a referral for a modification, and an assistant director, supervisor, and director would find the appropriate amount based on my recommendation to be able to modify the penalty down to.
Well, thank you. I greatly appreciate that feedback. And then hiring, when I say minors, and so you can work at, whatever age that the statute allows. But people that go to work for a grocery store, say, and they're a cashier and they're obviously making minimum wage, it's by law. And how are employers informed of working papers required? I just hired what they call pre-apprentice and with the Department of Labor, and I was nervous just about hiring anybody because what I've heard what's happened, and the Department of Labor said no, because you essentially, parents are informed, you're informed, everybody's informed because it's a pre-apprenticeship job. You don't need working papers. You're a sponsor of an apprentice, so it covers it. How is that notification done to employers that may want to employ people under the age of 18?
I do not believe that there's any sort of seminars or anything we've conducted recently as far as being able to put something out there to the public. That's why we'd like to have those additional agents, wage and hour investigators. Personally, 2 of the agents that work with me, their specialty is minors in the workplace. They've done seminars all over the state with new employers, with present employers, employers that are looking to expand. But as far as a new employer, they'd have to reach out to us. So we don't provide anything to new employers as far as being able to educate them on exactly what it is they need to know about minors. They could also call Board of Education, they can call us, and we'd be able to inform them exactly what they need and what the required amount of hours is, or the hours that they can't employ a minor, how old they should be, and exactly what occupations they can and cannot work.
Okay, great. I'll check, and I'll actually look at your website and see if you have anything instructional on the website for DOL on that. But again, I really appreciate you being here. Very helpful I was asked for a couple reasons to put in a bill on this. One of it was to be in the construction field, so that everybody's competitive and doing the same thing in the prevailing wage area. And so if somebody's, bidding, in the right manner, and somebody else is, getting the bid and then not paying the appropriate wages, let's keep it all fair for everybody.
We'd like to create an equal playing field. It's very important.
Yes, thank you. Again, appreciate all you do.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for being here and giving us all of that information.
Thank you very much.
Next, we're going to call on Brian Anderson. We're going to ask you to hit the mic button. There you go.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wilson, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm a legislative director for AFSCME Council 4. We support House Bill 5388. This bill provides a hazardous duty pension to a group of state workers who put themselves in a dangerous environment every day. All of them are investigators connected with Connecticut's justice system. Support services investigators must serve process and conduct investigations regarding child support. The state issues these investigators a bulletproof vest because the work is hazardous. It's hard to imagine how the state can argue that a job is not hazardous when it issues a bulletproof vest to the workers who perform it. The only member of ours who was shot on the job while I've been working for Council 4 is a state marshal performing child support service of process. On Thursday, a Missouri court employee was murdered serving process. This is a dangerous job. You'll hear from a public defender investigator today. They're investigating in the same environment as Department of Criminal Justice or state's attorneys investigators. Both must investigate circumstances around and involving crime. By helping to clear one suspect, PD investigators might be implicating another suspect, sometimes regarding a capital crime. They're often in dangerous locations and viewed as unwelcome visitors. Criminal justice investigators working for the state's attorneys are in the same environments, building a case that can send someone to prison for a long time. Criminal justice inspectors are covered for a hazardous duty pension while the investigators are not. This seems to be a contradiction. This bill eliminates that contradiction This bill provides just compensation to these workers and their families. I'd also like to apologize. We support Senate Bill 332, which gives portal-to-portal coverage to municipal public works workers. We had 2 signed up today. Because of the shortage of those workers, both of them got called out on duty. They're the folks who show up in hurricanes, ice storms. They're in the midst of the storm doing their work. They have to do long shifts, plowing snow. You recognize the need for portal-to-portal last year for dispatchers. I think these folks are in the same vein. Also, we support Senate Bill 328, which would stop the clawback of permanent partial disability awards from people getting disability pensions. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to call on Alberto Rodriguez.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have the floor.
Hi, good afternoon. Members of the committee and to all those involved, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in support of HB 5388. I'm an investigator with the Division of Public Defender Services working out of Geographical Area 4, Waterbury. I have been in this role since 2013. During that span, I have had to investigate many types of cases where I've been required to locate individuals in my field of work. Those locates more often than not bring me into high crime neighborhoods, whereas one can imagine aren't the most inviting. In my role, it is vital that I am able to make sure that we look into every aspect of the cases that come across our desk. Individuals' liberties are at stake and the stakes are high. Most crimes that we investigate are crimes involving guns, drugs, assaults, sexual assaults, in other words, crimes that are very violent in nature. There are individuals who tell us very bluntly we should not be poking our noses into these cases. We are met by people who are angry, anxious, under the influence, who have mental health issues, who oftentimes, before we can identify ourselves, have already made the determination that we are the bad guys, have had to go into large apartment buildings without an easy way out. We are not allowed to carry in our roles, yet we are required to make sure that the clients we represent have fair, proper representation. Making sure we contact alleged victims, co-defendants, witnesses is a part of our everyday line of work as investigators. Jail visits, serving subpoenas, completing applications and lockup is also a part of the scope of our jobs. I am in lockup the majority of my mornings conducting interviews. Most people receiving a subpoena in our line of work are not happy when we track them down. There have been incidents of aggression, running away from dogs, having to turn away when we get word that we better not step foot on their property. Recently, while interviewing a potential client in lockup with clear mental health issues I was spit on, it landed on my mouth. I immediately contacted my union. It really made me reflect on how often we face the unforeseen in our roles. This man was clearly unstable. My coworker could not be here today. Ishmael Perez, who actually trained me on this job, also shares in this testimony. He emailed me with accounts very similar in nature. We were speaking about a former coworker of ours who's now retired, Tom Denahan, who in one instance was just reached in the nick of time when he was on his way to attempt to speak to an alleged victim in a case. Our office got word from the alleged victim that if anyone stepped on his property, he was going to shoot them. This is the unforeseen we are faced with on a daily basis. What would have happened if our office had not been able to reach him? What will happen tomorrow when I go out to speak someone in a case where the stakes are high? Your guess is as good as mine. Are we going to continue to ignore the dangers faced by us investigators? My hope is that those listening today will take HB 5388 into consideration for those of us risking our health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have Peter Morrison.
Yes, hello. How are you?
Good. Go ahead. You have the floor.
I have to say, the previous testimony kind of summed up everything I was about to say, but I just wanted to give a little anecdotal experience of my own. earlier this morning, there was a state marshal testifying about being shot, about serving a capias. That is like my worst nightmare. Of course, we are not even allowed to carry or have protective vests. Actually, I'm not sure if we're allowed to or not, but it's not necessarily the custom. But in one instance, I was working on an attempted murder case where I had to subpoena a very uncooperative alleged victim. This individual had already threatened me when I tried to reach out to him that he would show me what happens when I mess with him, whatever that means. You can take it for what it is. But the trial finally happens. I am tasked to serve a subpoena on this individual. Of course, very carefully, me and investigator Perez kind of had a plan about how we're going to do this with the safest way possible. A couple days into our investigation, after going to last known addresses, we get word that this individual had been arrested for murder. Of course, after coming back to the office and reading the warrant and seeing that it was backdated, a couple of days prior, it came to our attention that we had been searching for someone who had an open and signed murder warrant. And if that is not a hazardous task, I can't explain an even more one. So I always want to go home to see my children and my wife. And thank you for your consideration of House Bill 5388.
Thank you so much. Representative Back.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for what you do. Your question, you did mention that you're not armed, and you don't get a vest, you said? Because the others have testified that they get a vest.
Yeah, I overheard that the support service officers got vests. I don't know if we have the capability of having vests to begin with, but I know that I've never seen one. So I don't know if they're available to us. I'd assume not.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your testimony and thank you for what you do.
All right.
All right, any other questions? Again, thank you again for your testimony and be safe. Next, we'll have Mandy Manzotti.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Manda Manzani. I'm an investigator with the Public Defender's Office. I am testifying today in regards to hazardous duty. In 3 minutes, I'm only going to scratch the surface of why I think we deserve hazardous duty. As a public defender investigator, we must aid in the defense of our clients. We are not mandated reporters, and we have a duty of confidentiality to our clients, which often means that we are going into situations alone. Working for the defense often comes with many hazardous situations. I'm going to speak about some of the risks we endure during our investigations. We are often going out into areas that are known for crime. We are interviewing people who many times have had an interaction with the criminal justice system themselves. We are in unfamiliar apartment buildings looking for witnesses, not knowing who or what we will encounter. We are going into multifamily homes, in many cases, not up to code, and knocking on doors. These homes usually only have one way in and one way out. We also pick up clients from their homes, and in some instances, juveniles and their families for lie detector tests or hearings. Before they are in our hands, they are not searched, and we do not know if they've taken their psych medicines. We are going to places where a crime has been committed, which in some cases can create a hostile environment for us to do our investigation. I have been followed leaving crime scenes. We are serving subpoenas without being armed or having protection of the local law enforcement. To that point, very recently, I was serving a subpoena and I went to a home and there were cameras on the outside of the home and on the inside of the home facing outward. I rang the doorbell. I heard a dog barking. A man came to the door and he had a pit bull that he was trying to control in one hand and his hand on a gun in his waistband in the other. So, I mean, unfortunately, hazardous situations like that are not unique to me in this profession. Our job has continuously become more hazardous as the years go on. Between the dangerous areas that we go to, what we see or the hazardous situations we encounter, to the contagious diseases or the drug exposures that we're unknowingly around, all the way to the bed bugs or the roaches that we can take home with us, there is more about our job that is hazardous than is not. In closing, as investigators, We are going to unsafe locations, not by choice, but by our duty to our clients. These duties put us in danger every day of getting seriously injured or worse. Please do not wait for something irreversible to happen to one of us before allowing us to have hazardous duty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have Suzanne Browitzki. All right, next, Kate Diaz.
Good afternoon. I think I'm batting cleanup, right? All right. I'm very excited to do that for all of you. Let's see if we can go out with a bang. My name is Kate Diaz. I'm president of the Connecticut Education Association, and I proudly represent more than 43,000 teachers across the state of Connecticut. And I'm really excited to have the opportunity to reinforce all of the messaging around your resolution about the repeal of GPO-WEP. While I recognize this is not a state issue, we have been really forceful at the Capitol in DC, really elevating this issue, asking our colleagues across the country to share in this fight with us. I work with state presidents across the country. Jocelyn works with vice presidents and presidents as well. And we are really trying to be hard advocates to the repeal of the GPO-WEP. And I know that Jocelyn and all of the previous speakers have spoken to these issues really in depth. But for me, this is such an important issue. It is personal. It is really stressful to me that 83% of the people who are affected are women. And that's for a very long time, this issue has been kind of pushed to the side and not seen as a top priority, and really hasn't become a priority issue until it has become a recruitment retention issue. So fairness never really got this a whole lot of attention. But the fact that it is keeping people out of our profession and really stressing the seams of a workforce that is already under stress has really started to elevate the issue. So I really do ask all of you to support this resolution, join our fight in this, and to really repeal these penalties, to acknowledge the fact that we are not treating people fairly and equitably. If I had any other type of pension other than a municipal pension, I would not be facing the loss of not only my own Social Security, for which I have paid in since I was 15, but not enough for it to matter. But I'm also going to be denied my husband's. And my husband has worked steadily since he was 15, and I will not be able to access his Social Security. It is changing not just our today, but in our future, how we're going to be able to retire, what that looks like. And the cost of this has been that over $590 billion has been paid into Social Security by people who are not allowed to ever access that money. So the numbers on this are staggering. And the interest in suppressing this legislation is to hold on to billions of dollars that the government actually isn't entitled to have, that we've worked to submit and we would like to withdraw. And realistically, this is a benefit. It is something that puts money back into our communities. I know Jocelyn mentioned it, but it's worth kind of reinforcing. Nobody collects Social Security and then sits on it. They're just not making that much money. All that Social Security dollars goes right back into local communities. So it's a real quality investment into our economic basis. It's a way that allows us to continue to drive to a competitive workforce. And it invites, for me, second career educators into the classroom so that we aren't penalizing them for that opportunity, but embracing them, celebrating them, and making sure that this is something that we can ensure a livable experience long into a healthy retirement. So I am excited that you are bringing this up. I hope that you will have a full boat of co-sponsors. I know we've been working in the hallway. We got a few more, and I hope to see a strong resolution passed that we can carry forward into our federal delegations. And we will hopefully join Ohio in doing so and continue to be a model of advocacy for our educators, firefighters, municipal employees. So thank you so much. I hope that you will feel confident in moving this forward. And if you have any questions at all, we have made sure to avail ourselves to you today and in any day moving forward.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Acker.
Thank you, Kate. I appreciate your passionate request to support this bill and all the work that you do. You know, one of the things that we worked on, I've been on education committee years ago and fought to like alternative ways for certification,
Right.
you know, engineers, others like that. And they look at this as a complete, oh, no way. I'm gonna retire as an engineer or, you know, or somebody in mathematics, wherever we want them. And all of a sudden you go, I'm going to take a hit on this end because of such and such. So yeah, this is actually a recruiting component that is a key piece to this. And why is the federal government? I think it's just the dollars. I think it's just the fiscal side that they're holding back on. Is that what you probably see to be the case?
So the interesting part about the debate at the federal level is that we're all kind of in the same understanding. John Larson has a strong bill that outlines sort of the fiscal response to how would we manage this expenditure. The current bill that has the greatest to sign on and the greatest appeal doesn't address the financial impact. Says, listen, we will continue to fund out of the Social Security Trust. What it's continuously doing is kind of pushing down the road the consideration for how does that trust get fully funded in the days, years, and months to come. However, the practical reality is that within 11 years, we're looking at needing to address the funding of Social Security, no matter what we do. There's no question that that is 11 years from now, this is going to have to be a question that our congressional delegation will have to answer. How will we continue to fund Social Security? This change moves that to 10 years. So we are going to, kind of create that moment of reconciliation 1 year earlier by creating the equity in the act. So it's not, I think, something that is untenable or unmanageable. We have seen an increase in interest, an interest in impact understanding along federal delegations. Our counterparts in Louisiana, Ohio, Missouri are working actively with their legislature to say, hey, how do we get this moved forward? Right now, I think we all know that Washington's a little rough
No.
and it's hard to move things.
Yeah, no.
So this has an opportunity because its wide support, very bipartisan. It doesn't matter what state, there's a high level of interest. There has been both Republican and Democratic sponsors of this legislation. So I think we're the closest we've ever been, which is why we're asking sort of the unusual, which is to ask our state representatives to continue to help create the pressure around this issue. Because I think the more voices that raise this issue up, the greater the likelihood the issue will finally be addressed.
Thank you. Yeah, it was caught me off guard when this came before us and the chairs raised it. I'm like, what are we doing?
Right.
We're writing a letter. Why don't we just contact our own congressman and such and such. But again, appreciate it. And thank you for all that you do. And thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think you did great if that is the last.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to ask if there is anybody that would like to testify that has not had the opportunity to. Seeing none, I'm going to call this public hearing of the Labor and Public Employees Committee closed. Just for the announcement, the next meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee will be on Thursday at 1 p.m. A committee meeting. We will be meeting here in 2B or via Zoom. And thank you very much.